Hi everyone, my name is Aidan Potts. I am the owner of Hunter Performance Centre and I'm a proud Camillo man identifying as an Aboriginal male from Tamworth, New South Wales. I'm a member of the Tamworth Aboriginal Land Council and therefore I am able to give a welcome to country. However today, because we are at the Wallsend Diggers, I am unable to give a proper welcoming, therefore I will provide an acknowledgement of country because I am not from the Awabakal land which we are lifting on this weekend. It would simply be like inviting you all into a home that I do not own, providing shelter, warmth, clothes, food. It'd all be a little bit rude if I was to actually give a welcome to country, so today it will only be an acknowledgement. Today I'll just be providing an acknowledgement to country where the Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series will be held here at Wallsend Diggers, Newcastle. To be able to recognise our First Nations people by hosting such a prestigious event is not only significant to me, but to the rest of our community here in the Hunter. I believe that the support shown to the Australian Powerlifting Alliance by the huge participation rate, which we have for our entire national series, also recognises and celebrates that. I would like to thank all the people who have protected and preserved the land and water for both you and I. I refer to the land you live on over this weekend of competition, the land where you will lay your head, the land where you'll be hitting all your PRs. Awabakal country is the eastern lands and water of New South Wales, as north as Newcastle and as south as Lake Macquarie, covering 1,800 square kilometres. I would like to pay my respects to my elders past and present of the Awabakal country. For more than 70,000 years, the elders have hunted, fished and gathered resources to live upon these lands. It is the elders who are the ones who have allowed us to grow in a safe, rich environment to live, learn and eventually powerlift. And for that, thank you to my Awabakal brothers and sisters who have allowed us to be able to cherish these moments over this weekend ahead of the 2024 Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series. Wishing you all the best and a very happy 9 for 9 on that platform. Technical stick.
I like how you said I'm just going to press the button.
I mean, if you're okay.
I did put makeup on for you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the APA Junior National Series. Back here, Wallsend Diggers, on the beautiful lands of the Awabakal people. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners, the Awabakal people, and extend my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. And I thank them for letting us host our national series here on their lands. In the booth with me this morning, we have Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, Chris.
And who's our first lifter up?
We've got Alyssa Bayer. She comes to us from Sydney. She trains out of X Gym in Castle Hill. She's trained by Titan Performance, and Lockie Allen is handling her today, and she's a coach herself.
Excellent. She's opened up with 112.5 on the bar.
Now that looks like an easy opener. Let's have a look at the side view here. What we're looking for on squat is depth. And that was 3 white lights. That is a perfect opener. You come out, you do it. You've started your lifting account. Having to start a competition with the first squat is completely nerve-wracking. So she's done incredibly well. And this is also her first nationals.
Yeah, absolutely. First time on the big stage, it can be very nerve-wracking. So getting that first one on the board early is very important.
We've got Ruby coming to us now. Ruby is from Adelaide, South Australia. She's actually one of our sub-junior lifters, which means she's under the age of 18. And she is starting her lifting journey with 115. Now that is a perfect first attempt. She comes out nice and strong. Her depth is undeniable. And yep, 3 white lights. I will admit to also being a referee, Chris. So I will be doing some armchair reffing. But remember, the people in the chair are the people who make the decisions. But I know if you're following on at home, you are definitely considering yourself a powerlifting expert after watching for half an hour.
Absolutely.
Okay, we've got Lishan Lim here. Again, 115 kilos on the bar. She's coached by Shania out of Perth Nation. She's coming to us from WA. I suspect she might be a deadlifter. Very tall, made of leg. Now I think we're having a technical issue, which it wouldn't be a powerlifting competition without a technical issue, Chris.
Yeah, the old ref lights always get hung up.
I will admit to doing a thumbs up or a thumbs down yesterday on the platform. It just works just as well, but we do try to have the right lights. Okay, I can see now we're having Amber Clifford coming out for us, 117.5 kilos. This is her first year of competing, and she trains out in Brisbane. And she is a formation lifter as well. Now, when we're looking at a squat, to get a squat command so they can start the lift, we're wanting the lifter to be standing straight upright, that bar on their back, slight lean, but not bent over like a teenage Ninja Turtle. You want their knees locked out. Let's see what Amber has got for us today. Very nice looking opener. Let's have a look here from the side.
It does well. Plenty of depth.
Next up, we have Holly with
3 white lights from the refs.
Your first lift is by far the most nerve-wracking lift. And once you get that on the board, it makes your life a lot easier as you go through the competition. Now you can see they are changing the racks. So instead of being out, they're putting them in. This is so that they can, you're going to see her grip will potentially be outside of where the rack is. And that's because whilst powerlifting is for everybody, everybody is built different. So therefore we can just adjust the equipment to suit us.
Fire is loaded for Holly.
Holly here with 117.5.
Holly out of Western Australia.
She's coached by Cody Wilkes, but Jacob, who you know from the Strength Club, which is where you train out of, Chris, is handling her today. So let's see what she can do.
And she makes light work of that one. Plenty of depth.
Well done, Holly.
That was really smooth.
Next up, we have Jessica with 120 kilos for her first squat attempt.
Now, I've got Jessica, who is coached by Beth Parker, who is a very experienced coach. And Jessica is a very experienced lifter. 4 years now into her powerlifting journey, including a heavy stint of rehab, which she has bounced back from fantastically. We're just waiting for her to come onto the platform. Once again, we are having problems with the lights, which I apologise for. So you're going to have to listen to me talk a little longer.
Fire is loaded.
Okay, I'm good now. Bar is loaded.
That's how it's done.
They're very controlled. You'll notice some spotters move very quickly into the bottom. We've got Jessica there. She's a nice controlled lifter. All about personal preference.
Personally, I dive into the hole, much to the disgust of my coach, and hope that I come back out again. I am not built for squatting. I am made of leg. Deadlifting is much easier for me. And you will see that with some of our lifters, they will have a very bent over position. And that is just because of what we call leverages. So if you have got quite long femurs, so the top of your leg, getting depth is very difficult, and you do naturally want to throw yourself forward.
Yeah,
It's absolutely not what you want to do. You really want to be sitting back. That was a textbook squat.
Fire is loaded for Maddie.
Madison Jenkins coming up now. 120 kilos loaded for her first attempt.
Now, I'm not sure, but let's see, because she got a little sticky, but again, she is what I was just talking about, which is made of leg.
Yeah, very long femurs.
And that is a no lift. Okay, so
A couple of blues.
couple of blues. So every time there's an error, they also give an error card. So blue, for example, can mean an up and down movement of the bar. And she also got a red light, which can mean depth. And she is a perfect example of what I was talking about. Now, I will be biased here. This is Tamara, who is lifting out of Canberra from the Strength Syndicate, and she is coached by Shay, who is your 63 National Opens champion. This is her first outing as a junior. 120 on the bar.
And the squat looks good. A little bit of work there for her, but your opener is always can be a little bit nerve-wracking. So it does well, sticks with it.
What you can't see is we actually have a full house in the audience today. You are lifting on a stage, there's bright lights, and like we said, she has just popped up into juniors, so she's 18, I want to say.
Okay.
So it's nerve-wracking, and she did quite well. And also some people, every single one of their squats looks hard.
Absolutely. Everyone's different.
Caitlin here now. Caitlin is a local girl lifting out of Hunter Performance Centre.
She's going to take 122.5 for her opener.
Very nice.
Let's see what the refs
3 white lights.
think. 3 white lights, beautiful. Lovely. You can see potentially she's also made of legs. She's wearing what we call spot shoes. So you actually have a little heel, and that can be something someone who, you know, might have not the perfect leverages for squatting can use just to help them each step. It's not something you really should rely on, but it's definitely a tool that lifters use.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, depending on ankle mobility, your ability to get forward, all that sort of stuff. So you see a variation between people lifting in flat shoes and people lifting in a slight heel throughout the day. We now have Joyce up. She's going to take 135 for her opener.
That's a baller move, in my opinion.
Very good number to be starting on.
Lovely.
Absolutely sinks it into the hole. Moves nice and fast.
What's really nice about that lift, especially if you're reffing, is it's undeniable.
Yeah, undeniable.
She's done everything you want her to do, and it's a, very easy white light. Now, 135 coming onto the bar now.
Loaded for Aislinn.
Now, I think this lifter might be a dark horse. She comes out of Victoria, coached by Mark Derrick.
Okay, an MD strength. She's also opening on 135.
Her training has been looking really good, really strong. This is her first nationals as well, so let's see what she can do.
Yeah, and again, I think undeniable depth on that one. 3 white lights, that's a good lift.
Kaya up next with 135 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded.
This is your second nominated lifter. Now, what we mean by that is everyone has to put a total in to get a place in this competition. So you have a nominated total that you would have done at some point in that competition 12 months before. This is a big opener. Very wide stance. I suspect she is a deadlifter. She's got, see how she's got to get into that hole and up again. Lovely.
Moves it very well. Nia does great there. 3 white lights, good lift.
She's another local girl, coached by Potsy, coming out of HPC. I don't know if you can hear the screaming in the audience, but Maria is a very popular lifter. She's opening with 140. And she's your third nominated lifter. Now, nominated is just a guide. It does not mean that the people who are nominated in that order are going to finish in that order, because things happen in powerlifting. And that's why it can be quite an exciting sport to watch, possibly not at bench. But when we get to deadlifts, it's going to be game on.
And Mariah's opening on a national record, national junior record here, 140 kilos. Moves it well. Let's see if the rest like it. Okay, so one red card for depth, but she's got it 2-1. It's a good lift. She now holds the, well, if she completes a bench and a deadlift later, she will then own that national record.
So if we just talk about the lights for a second, so 2 lights are good. 3 lights are better because at international competition and at some national level when you have a jury, you can have your lift overturned. So really what you want is 3 white lights. Now, May, coming to us here, 155 kilos. She is the undeniable favourite. Her nominated total is 422.5. She lifts out of Omega Fit. She is also a coach there.
She's very popular. Lots of people in the crowd for her today.
And that is how it's done. She's been lifting for 2 years. She is a lifter. She's a coach. She also volunteers. I don't have favourites, but yesterday she gave me Tim Tam, so maybe I do.
She's definitely one of the favourites. She's spotted all weekend at Open Nationals. She's got plenty of people in the crowd here supporting her today. And that's a great squat. 155, very strong opener.
Now you can see we are going to our second round of squats. So the lifters are stripping the bar and we'll be going for our second attempt. So the beauty of powerlifting is you train for months, years, and then you get 9 minutes on the platform. So you get 3 attempts for squat, 3 attempts for bench, and 3 attempts for deads. And biggest total win. So you actually need to be an all-rounder. One-trick ponies don't always win powerlifting competitions.
Tough. Back to Alyssa now for her second attempt. She's going to take a 7.5 kilo jump up to 120 kilos for her second.
Slightly sticky, but that could be how she lifts. She could be getting to... I did wonder. I think that was a depth pull there.
Yeah, it looks like 2 reds. Yep.
Now, interesting, that's a depth from the front. There is some contention whether you can or cannot tell depth from the front. I'm on the fence here. It very much depends on the lift.
Yeah.
If it looks like a ski slope, it's going to be a no. We've got Maddie here. I don't know if on your screen you can see the glitter in her hair. We had a few lifters with similar glitter yesterday. That is the work of Tiggy. I'm not quite sure how I feel about glitter.
She sinks it in hard. Let's see what the rest like it.
She didn't get her first, and they don't like it. So she didn't get her second. Now, as we said before, you get 3 attempts. So she needs to get this third lift, or she does what we call bombing, which is when you're disqualified. You can carry on in the competition, but you cannot build a total. So therefore, you cannot use that total to qualify for the next round of competition. Li Shan now is going 120. So she's gone up 5 kilos, which is a nice, reasonable jump. Your opener is going to be something you can do standing on one leg, eyes closed in a high wind. Second, you're pushing it. And third, it's going to depend on what your aim is.
Well, and that looks good from our angle. Moves it very well.
Controlled. And that is a good lift.
Taking the 5 kilo jump to 122.5 kilos, we have Amber.
Here is where you start to build your total, because at the end of the day, it is totals that win powerlifting competitions.
So Amber Clifford out now. She's taking a 5 kilo jump. She's going to go for 122.5 here.
And she got to the top.
Well managed. That's a good lift for Emma.
And that is a good lift.
Taking a 7.5 kilo drop
Really
now
nicely
with
picked second, I think.
Yeah,
She's got wiggle room.
yeah, definitely. I think, you should be aiming for somewhere around that 8 to 8.5 RPE for that second, and definitely there. She's got a little bit, maybe another 2.5, maybe 5 for her third.
Ruby now. Ruby's popped up to 122.5 kilos on the bar. She pushed through, and I can't see the lights yet.
3, yeah, it looks like 3 whites. Good lift.
Again, really nicely chosen second attempt there. The coaches will be doing a lot of maths behind the scenes. Personally, alongside plate maths, it's the worst part of powerlifting. Trying to work out how many kilos they should put on the bar for the next attempt. And as you'll see, as we get further along in the competition, you're going to have to start thinking about, well, this person's putting this amount on. What do I need to put on? You're going to start to see some really nice tactics. Holly here, 125 kilos, building her total. Now you see when they set up, every setup they do is exactly the same as the one before. And it is that consistency and routine that is going to get you, it's going to give you the best chance to get your good lift. You do not want to change anything on comp day. You do everything the same. Your warm-ups you have practiced, you do everything the same. And that's going to give you the best chance on the platform to getting the kilos you need.
Depth look really good from our angle. Moves it very nicely. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Beautiful squat. Really strong there.
Definitely got some room left to jump up for a third.
125 now for our Canberra girl Tamara. Now you thought potentially that 120, it looked a little tricky. Potentially that's nerves. Potentially that's just the way she squats.
Absolutely. Let's see how the 125 goes now. She's got the nerves. Got that one on the board. It always takes so much pressure off.
Absolutely. Now her nickname is Tim Tam, which I might have a soft spot for.
Unfortunately, no lift for tomorrow there.
So we've got 2 red cards there for depth.
Again, we are armchair reffing today. We are not reffing. As objective as the rules are, they are also subjective. So she can take that again.
Bar is loaded.
We've got Caitlin now. She's popped up 5 kilos, 127.5 coming on the bar.
Yeah, and it is that national standard. It's I know I got caught with it at Opens.
Yes, I reffed you.
Absolutely. And, that's what we're saying. You have to make it undeniable for the refs. Like, if you're on the line, it could go either way, and, you don't want that. So, really important that we sink them super hard here at Nationals.
Okay, now I like this angle because I can't... okay, there we go. That's nice step.
Yeah.
Where I'm sitting, I might be side on, but I do have a ref and spotters in front of me. And when you are reffing from the side, you do have to do some, what I like to call chair gymnastics, so you can actually get a good angle. Because at the end of the day, the spotters are the most important people.
Yep.
So I will move around them. We've got Jess now. Now, she has popped up 10 kilos to 130. So let's see if she gets this. once again, a beautifully controlled squat.
Yeah, she's just nice and smooth. Same speed down as it is up. And we've just got 2 red cards there on depth. And you see in the replay there, it's on the line. So she's going to have to sink it just that little bit further.
Out comes Joyce. 142.5 for our 69 kilo junior lifter. Now, depth is undeniable.
Absolutely.
However, the further you go down, the further you have to come up. 3 white lights on the platform today. We have Lynn, who is our international level ref, Alex Hayes, who you will know from coaching and commentary, and Damien at the front, who is sitting his exam under the supervision of our Chief Technical Officer. Naya out here now.
7.5 jump up for Naya. Very strong squat for her opener. Let's see how this one moves.
She's one to watch for me.
Look, it moves well from our angle. May have been a bit short on depth, but let's see what the refs say. Good lift.
Yeah, she, see, hits that depth and goes straight up.
Yep.
And that is exactly what you want to be doing. I'm really impressed with Naya so far.
Absolutely. Like we said, I think look at her leverages. She'll be one to watch come deadlifts.
Now, Aislinn. 10 kilo jump here.
Wow.
I'm telling you, keep your eye out on this one. Now, when we talk about jumps, we're talking about how many kilos they're putting on the bar. And depending on the weight class you're watching, you're going to see a different amount of kilo going on the bar. 10 kilos for a female lifter. Oh, she's losing her glasses. And she's kept it together and got to the top.
Wow. She's done really well there to deal with her glasses falling
to
off.
Keep her composure. Beautiful.
To be honest, didn't move much slower than her second. She's got plenty of room in the tank for that third.
Second attempt is Maria. Bar is loaded.
Now we are faced with a barrage of screaming every time Maria comes onto the platform. It's really nice to see the audience getting behind the lifters.
Yeah, we probably don't need to announce her. You probably can tell from the crowd reaction. Her first squat was really nice at 140, so she's taking a 10 kilo jump as well.
The crowd are screaming. Oh, here comes Maria.
Great to see so early on a Saturday morning. Big crowd in the house.
And the bar's not even open. Let's see what Maria can do with 150.
Well, that was a strong squat. Really snaps the knees back at the top. And she gets it 2-1. Good lift. The opposite side ref to where we're sitting had a red card for depth.
Now, it very much depends on where you're sitting because, as I said, people are built differently. So you actually could be lower on one side than you are on the other. Everyone has got different angles. It is quite tricky. Now, this is another one where you can tell she's coming by the crowd. 162.5 on the bar for May. And once again, that's how you do it. Let's see what our refs think.
3 whites.
For such a well-rounded, just technical lifter, really enjoy watching her lift because, I mean, there's nothing wrong. I'm not using the word the phrase one-trick pony disparaging, but for May, every single lift she does, squats, bench, deadlift, she just commands your attention and it's really good.
Yep.
You're going to see some fantastic deadlifters. They're going to come out. They're going to come out of the woods and put pressure on everyone else.
May, yeah, big subtotal lifter. Good in all 3 lifts.
And that really is what you need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we are coming, and I feel like this has come very quickly, to third attempts. Now, if you remember, she missed her second, so she's keeping the same amount and she's trying again.
She was just fractionally shy on depth on the second attempt, so she'll sink it a little bit deeper here, hopefully.
I think you can see in the corner of your screen, the ref has actually got out of his chair so he can have a better look. So we're doing some ref gymnastics in the corner here.
She gets through it. From our
Beautiful
angle,
fight. A
I'm not
beautiful
sure.
fight. I'm not sure. This angle is better for us to have a look at.
Okay, this side probably looks okay.
Look, it's a yes from me, but I don't know what the rest of it looks like.
Unfortunately,
2-1 and no lift. At the end of the day, I'm not in the chair. And if I'm not in the
No.
chair, all I have is an armchair opinion.
absolutely.
And I hope you are armchair reffing with us at home. Okay, now Madison really needs this lift. The crowd are getting behind her. Having to face this as a junior lifter is really, really hard because they have worked so hard to be here.
Absolutely. Oh my God. Well,
Okay, I'm crossing my fingers and my toes.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. She is still in the competition.
Whatever she tapped into just then, that's absolutely what she needs to take back to training now, because that squat was amazing.
Absolutely. Why couldn't the first 2 look like that? I'm sure her coach is thinking at the back of her mind, now is not the time for that. You have to get your lifter
Exactly.
back on track because you have got bench and deadlift to get through.
Amazing work from Maddie to gather herself and come back out and grab that third. So
Great
good.
support from her coach, well, her handler today, Shania.
We've got Yashan out now. She's jumping up 2.5. Okay. Thought her second moved quite well. See what the third hat looks like.
Now let's see if she gets it. But that to me is, yeah, okay, there we are, a good lift. That's quite a nicely chosen third attempt.
Absolutely.
Because I actually don't think she had another 2.5,
No.
5 kilos in her. Probably would just pushed her over the edge. It's
Yep.
a very delicate balance of,
Absolutely.
you know, RPE 10, which
Mhm.
by RPE 10, we mean it's a maximum effort lift. You have given everything you can do. You're not doing another one because you'll die. So I think that was perfectly picked.
Perfect selection.
Amber here now. Also the small 2.5 jump. So you're going to see smaller jumps in the smaller weight classes. If you stay with us and watch tomorrow, your 120 kilo lifters, for example, you're going to be seeing 20 kilos, 25 kilo jumps because they can take it. It's about percentages. Let's see what Amber's got for us. Once again, I'm not sure.
Beautifully. That's a good lift.
2-1, a good lift.
Yeah, she moves well, and the bar speed, etc., looked very similar to a second, to be honest. So very nicely executed. She's gone 3 from 3 on squats. Great day so far.
Okay, so we've kept 125 for Tamara. Very sensible decision. There's no...
Yep.
It's going to depend on the error you make on whether you stay the same or whether you go up. If you really need to go up because you're trying to win, absolutely put more weight on. But repeating a failed lift at the same weight, generally the way to go.
Yeah, and that looked much deeper this time. See what the refs have to say.
I think she looked really strong and confident.
Very
And
well.
there you go. Just a lot more confident on that third attempt. She just dialed into whatever it is she needed to and sank it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really solid lift.
Great work there, and that should give us some good confidence moving into bench press.
Missing a lift during a competition is something it's like a muscle you have to work. You have to learn to fail, get over it, and go back out again. Great life lesson, but also tricky, especially when you're younger. Holly now, 130 on the bar, hoping to go 3 for 3. I love the way she squats. I'm so jealous. I could never.
It is, yeah, absolutely undeniable depth, and the bar path and the movement of the bar is just excellent. So great work there from Holly.
National record attempt for our solo sub-junior lifter, Ruby. 130. She's popped up 7.5 kilos.
First 2 lifts moved well, so let's see how this one goes.
Looking really focused. We said before, if you watch, every setup is the same. And that's how you know you have a really quite experienced, consistent lifter.
Mm-hmm.
Because that will translate well. Now I think she jumped the rack command.
It was kind of, yeah, like she started to lean, but did a feet move. Anyway, she's got 2 to 1, so good lift.
2 to 1, a good lift. Now with rack calls, now you'll see there, the red light came from the person who said the rack command.
Yeah.
Because you know that they've jumped it. It's harder to pick up if you're on the side.
So when you turn the microphone or the speakers down in the back room, that microphone to the announcer is so fucking loud. Thank you.
We've got Caitlin here. 132.5. Now we got back to the top, but I don't know that we went down far enough. Oh, I take it all back. As I said, I'm not on the chair. I don't have quite the right angle. Now, so she missed 130 and she's popped up to 135. It's a risk, but potentially if you are trying to go for a podium spot or have a certain goal, or maybe you know your lifter and you know that they missed that lift because of a silly mistake or they missed a call, you've trusted them to go up. But it is always a risk. So let's see if it pays off for her.
Wow.
She fought through it. She got there in the end. Let's see.
2 to 1.
That's a good lift.
Yeah, not a single extra kilo left in the tank on that one, so great weight selection.
Well picked attempt. Beth and her have worked together for a long time. You can tell when a coach really knows their lifter. And I think having the right coach or handler behind you on the day can make or break you, to be honest. We've got Joyce now, finishing off her squats with 145. Now that looked good to me.
Yep, 3 white lights, good lift.
Just so solid. I don't know how much more she would have had in her, but I don't know that she needed more. We've got Naya now. If you remember, she's your second nominated lifter, so she is absolutely wanting that podium place. Now, she is holding her own on squats, but I really want to see how she deadlifts. Okay, your local girl got to the top. Let's see how many lights she gets.
Yeah, 2-1. The got a red from the ref on the side here, and I agree. It was probably on the line from this hip, but her other hip and from the front was good. So good lift, great work. Moved it very well.
No more changes to opening attempt.
Our little secret weapon.
Fires loaded for Aislinn.
150 for a 69 kilo junior lifter.
She's opted to take the glasses off before the squat this time.
Very sensible decision. Hopefully won't throw her off too much. Let's see what she's got for us.
Oh, wow.
And what she's got for us is a 150 squat. Beautiful, really nicely chosen attempt.
Very quickly.
And I think she sunk that one even deeper than the first two just to make sure she got the whites.
I think they're reading the room.
Definitely, probably could not have mechanically gone any deeper if she absolutely wanted to on that one. So great work. She finishes the squat session very strongly.
You can hear her coming. Here is Maria. 155. She lifts out of Frontline Fitness, coached by Mo. I don't know Mo's surname because he didn't give me one because I was supposed to know who Mo was.
He's a
Very
guy,
nice.
I guess.
Very nice man. He's a bit like Beyonce, clearly doesn't need a second
Doesn't
name.
need a second name.
Just not there. We've just got a little stuck.
Good fight, but not there today.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Next we have
No,
May.
we're not looking at the replay. I personally like to look at replays when people fail, but apparently we don't do that. Our crowd favourite, May.
Spot of this fly.
Now, 166. And if you're thinking, hang on, why is there a 6? I can't
Fires loaded.
divide that by 5. It's because she has chipped it.
Chipped the national record.
Yeah. Now, there was a sticking point. The issue will be, does she go down and up or all the way up? She went all the way up. 3 white lights. National record there for May, 166. And that is the end of our 69 kilo lifters squat session. We are moving on up. It's your 105 men's coming up for you. Starting with Ryan Lee.
Fires loaded for Ryan.
$185 for Ryan here. Coached by Bobby from Performation. He told me he lifts out a uni gym in Sydney. And he is studying medical sciences. He was very chatty. Being the one to start your flight is always quite nerve-wracking. Big smile, no nerves there. Let's see what our refs think.
185 kilos.
And they think it's a good lift.
Locked in, Ryan. Also attempting 195 kilos for the opening squat. We have Thomas up next.
Thomas is one of your sub-junior lifters. He comes down to us from Brisbane. He's coached by Aston Liddell. He trains out of Zero Weakness. Let's see what he's got for us. Now, he is a textbook example of a dive bomber. He's going to go really fast into the hole and then fights for his life on the way up. And I suspect that is just how his squats move.
Yep.
He is tall and made of leg.
Absolutely. Good.
Squatting is not for him, but he'll crack on anyway.
And still some good numbers there, and undeniable depth, which is good. So
195 for a sub-junior opener.
Yeah,
I'm
impressive.
quite impressed. Now we're popping that weight on the bar up by 2.5, 197.5 for Alex Williams.
Again in our sub-junior category. Hard to believe that these men are under 18.
He's one of your local boys, lifting out of Hunter Performance Centre. Only lifting for 6 months.
Wow.
That was beautiful. Okay, nice wide start.
Well done.
He's going to hit, there we go, hit steps, comes all the way back up again.
Scott Herman next.
Really nice. There are some lifters who you see and think that's one to watch. He's one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if he's only 6 months in, because powerlifting is a long game.
Oh, absolutely. Your current 120 world champion, it took him 10 years.
Absolutely. And that's pretty typical. That sort of 6 to 8 to 10 year mark is kind of the where a lot of lifters find their sweet spot.
Some people go in and win an Open Nationals as a junior on their first attempt, but that is not the norm.
Not the norm, no.
Sweat, blood and tears for this sport. Scott Herman is on your screen, 202.5. He's opening his account with us. Oh, a little stumble. Get it together. Nice recovery. And sometimes that just happens. You are lifting on a different surface, which matters quite a lot for squats, more than you would think. You are lifting with different equipment. Maybe you've traveled. You are in a different environment, like I said before. Bright lights, big audience. He did well to get that together. One of our lifters from Nauru. This is Macho Dube. 215 is on the bar. And he is one of 2 visiting lifters who we have with us this weekend.
There's a good looking squat there.
Now you're going to see on the replay that your view is going to be slightly obscured because there is a rule that when you have a lifter lifting over 200 kilos, you need more bodies to catch just in case. So you'll be having 5 spotters to keep our lifters safe. Now Ben is on your screen, 217.5. One of our brother and sister duos lifting this weekend.
Okay, good to see. Well, that moved very speedily. 3 white lights.
Ben is one of Matthew Bartholomew's lifters. He's lifting with his...
Jack Solomon up next.
This is his gym bro, love of his life, gym partner here, Jack Solomon. With 222.5.
And look, a lot of people at home might not realise, but you know, to compete at these levels, you're talking 10 to 15 hours a week of training, and so you have to form those relationships in the gym because you end up spending more time there than you do at home.
They become your family. If you're lifting in a good environment, let's see. Oh, lovely.
Bar speed was excellent. Let's see what the refs say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good lift.
3 lights and a good lift.
They both lift out of breakthrough in Sydney. And as we were saying,
Always exciting.
finding somewhere where you can lift with a good community, it's so special.
Yeah.
And I think that you and I are both quite lucky. You lift out of Strength Club in Perth.
Yep.
I'm currently not lifting, but I'm still a member of I think of myself as a member of the Strength Syndicate in Canberra. Liam Johnson now. When I was speaking to Liam in the back room, he told me that the competition didn't know what was going to hit them. So let's see
Okay.
how he goes.
Okay.
He's opening with 230, very confident. Comes out of Brisbane, lifting for about 4 years. Second nat, so he's got that experience. He thought he would just sit on the floor for a second there. Now, there is some people would say you just don't need to go that low. But, you know, it is undeniable. One of our local 2 Newcastle lifters, Micah. Coached by Michael Plant. And if you recognise him, that is because he spots most competitions that are held in the Newcastle area. Now you can see very wide stance there. That is because Micah is a deadlifter. Got a good bench, not the strongest squat, but he will build his total in the latter end of the competition. Some people have to get as many kilos on the bar as they can in squats and bench and hold on for dear life when the deadlift specialists come through.
Yeah.
If I could be anything, I would be a deadlift specialist.
Yeah. Just for how obnoxious it is.
Now, on your screen, Jedi. Very color coordinated lifter here. He is now nominated second.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in a moment. 237.5. I don't know about the depth, but like I said, there we go. 2 to 1. Very wide stance. Again, built like a deadlifter. So we said before we had the second place nominated lifter for the 105s, unfortunately, has been injured. And I feel he's the only lifter. Paul Jordan, he's from Canberra. I think he's the only one who could have put any pressure on Matt, who is your first nominated lifter. Now, that means there is now a fight for those second and third podium places. Because before, potentially, it was a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're clever and you lift well and your coach does the numbers, other people who may not have had a chance could push.
Could creep in. Got Fletcher Masters up now, 240 on the bar for him.
Lovely smooth lift. Fletcher is one of your local boys again. He's out of HPC, Hunter Performance Centre. And is coached by Sam from Perth Formation. Now this is Brandon's second nats. He is experienced. And he's coached by Danny Lee. Having competition experience at this level and above is invaluable. As we've said before, this is a nerve-wracking experience. Solid on rack.
Wow. Well, that looked great from here.
Really solid squat.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Got 2 blue cards there. Blue card typically on squat for a dip of the bar.
or
Holly Lewis up next.
I was about to say,
Massive 250 kilos.
I was actually about to say potentially unlocked,
Bar is loaded.
like unlocked knees. But
Yes.
that's actually a red card.
That's a red card? Okay.
Now, this is your 105 kilo lifter favorite. He has 250 on the bar for his opener. He went to Worlds last year in Romania. He's very experienced. He's a beautiful lifter to watch. He lifts out of zero weakness. Coached by Steve on per formation, handled by Sam today. Strong, confident opener, and to be honest, I would expect nothing less from him. So, starting the flight again with our second attempts. You've got your first one out of the way. Hopefully you got it on the board. The nerves are gone. Now you can start building that total, as we've said.
Even just trying to, new room, the head ref is right in your face. There's a camera in your face. I know I found it really hard to find somewhere to look. Do you pick a point on the ceiling? You're trying to look into the crowd where you normally look, but there's people everywhere, and it's so nerve-wracking. So
there is a string hanging from the ceiling, and I've heard a few people.
I heard Shay say that was her point. Yeah,
she did. And I know that sounds random, and if you don't lift, you have no idea what we're talking about. But if you do, you're going to go, yep, it's the exit sign in the gym. Or, oh, yes, it's that spot on the wall. Now, Ryan, identical setup. Nice walkout. He's popped up 10 kilos.
Strong second attempt. 3 white lights for Ryan.
3 white lights. Really nicely picked number there, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
You've got to have some wiggle room.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to overexert either. You want to leave a bit of fuel in the tank for your third. You go too hard on the second, that can be quite tough.
Thomas Barney now. Remembering we've got the sub-juniors and the juniors. So if you are seeing more than one first place forecast on your screen, because I was very confused yesterday, they are 2 different age categories. And I will just say, particularly fond of his green butterfly shoes. I do like a little sense of flair. He fights it. He gets to the top.
Got that one up. 3 white lights. Well done.
And he gets it. It's a good lift. Now, his second
Alex up next.
pretty much moved like his first, but a little bit more effort.
Yep.
So I'm not quite sure where you would go for a third. Like we said before, some people make lifts look hard. They might not feel hard.
Yeah.
You might just look like you're going to collapse any minute. Now, Alex here, 212.5. He's got overexcited and tried to come onto the platform before the ref has said the bar is loaded. This is your other sub-junior 105. Just a nice looking squat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just solid.
Scott also attempted
He gets really
312
tight underneath that bar,
kilos.
walks it out with confidence.
Kilo jump.
Down he goes and up he comes.
Yeah, like we said, definitely one to watch out for in the next couple of years.
Mm.
He sticks with the sport, he's going to be a force to reckon with.
And I think that's the thing, because, you know, life gets busy and what you
Yep.
like when you are 17 might not be what you like as 27. But if some of these sub-juniors and juniors stick with the sport, lifting in Australia, the future is very bright.
Absolutely. We have Scott now. He's jumped up 10 kilos to 212.5. Just unlucky there. Just hit a little bit of a sticking point in the middle.
Oh. Quite sure. Sometimes sometimes you don't know what went wrong. You can say, okay, I wasn't tight enough on the back, I walked out wrong, and sometimes it just happens.
Yeah.
And you don't know, and then you have a choice of either doing the same weight again or going up. And as we said before, missing lifts is really normal.
Yep.
And you
absolutely.
don't want to do it, especially not at national championships, but it happens and you got to learn to shake it off and get on with it. Our lifter from Nauru here, Macho Dube, he's gone 215 to 232.5.
Wow. Amazing to see Nauru being represented here. That looked really nice. He had to work for it, but that's what a second should start to look like. We should start to see a fair bit of effort. 3 white lights. The depth looked great from our angle.
Benjamin also taking a
Great lift.
7.5 kilo jump, putting 235 kilos in the bar for his second attempt.
Shout out to if there is anyone back home in Nauru watching this morning. Welcome to the stream.
Hello. I hope that you are following along. And we're able to explain some of what is happening on the screen, because if you've never seen a powerlifting competition, this is weird. What's going on? Now, Ben again, 235. One half of the Ben and Jack duo there. That was smooth.
Yeah, very strong looking squat. Sinks it into the hole, pushes out. Very nice.
That's a good lift, Ben.
Gets it 2 to 1. Just a red card there from one of the side refs on depth.
Jack up next, attempting 237.5.
That red light was depth on our side, actually.
Bar is loaded.
So Jack now has gone up to 237.5. I suspect there is a little bit of rivalry between these guys.
They'll go pound for pound, I'm sure.
Jack just out squatting him. Oh. So the chief ref is unhappy with his wrist wrap. So you have to go off the platform, fix it, and then come back on. And that's still within your minute of time that you have to lift. Now you have to shake it off and get on with it, unfortunately.
He's got plenty of time. He's still got 29 seconds.
Yep. Really nice.
That's a smooth squat.
Beautiful looking.
3 whites.
For some people, being pulled up on the wrist wraps can knock them off, because as soon as you walk on that platform, you are locked in. All that you can see is the bar. It's you and the bar. So being taken out of that can knock some people off. I think he did really well to keep it together. Liam Johnston now, we've gone 240.
Bar is loaded.
And for context, the wrist wrap can't touch the bar. It also can't protrude more than 2 centimeters up the hand from the center of the wrist joint, or 10 centimeters below the hand. But normally it's due to the tag or a piece of the wrist wrap touching the bar as they come out, which obviously they can't check for on the side before they come out.
What you might get pulled up for on the side is if your knee sleeve and your socks are touching, or your suit and your knee sleeves are touching. There are lots of rules in powerlifting. Okay. Here.
Well, that's a great looking squat. The depth looked insane from where we were sitting.
A lot more
watts.
controlled, I felt, this time.
Like he started to settle into it, got the nerves out of the way, and that was a beautiful looking second squat.
Really lovely. Did I now? 250. So this is one of the lifters who will be fighting for a place on the podium.
Cars loaded.
Hoping to push Matt into making a mistake, which I very much doubt he's going to do. But like we said, it is powerlifting. Everything is different.
Yep.
At a national level, you really don't know what's going to happen.
No, we've seen it in almost every session in both opens and juniors. Top dog misses a lift.
Game on, Moles.
That's a great looking second squat. See if the referees think of it. 2-1. Good lift.
I really like how his squat's very strong.
Yeah.
Even for that very wide position.
Yeah, he's very tall for the 105s, but still, yeah, his squat moves absolutely beautifully.
I suspect he's going to grow into being a 120.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he is so tall. Now, Brendan here didn't get his first, has chosen to go up. Now, the bar cannot go backwards, so this is an interesting choice. Let's see. Now, we got to the top.
Looked okay. Yep, 3 whites.
3 whites.
Good lift.
It's always a risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, and sometimes if it is a depth call on the opener, you know, a little bit of extra weight on the back can sometimes help. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's a risk you have to take. And again, it's about the coach and the lifter knowing where they're at. And that's a great choice there.
Yeah, you have to have a really solid relationship with your coach. You have to trust that they know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
And I think trust is something that, grows over time. Fletcher here, 255.
And Fletcher makes a great second attempt there. 3 white lights. Again, depth, positioning, bar speed, all looked amazing.
I have nothing to say about that lift. It was just textbook.
Yeah.
Particularly like his mullet.
Yeah, his mullet is on fire.
Mike now, 255. I said before, Chris, I don't think there is a powerlifting competition he hasn't spot loaded at.
Yeah, absolutely. Always helping out. Seen a bit of his training lately. It's been moving very well. Wow.
Oh, there you go.
Wow. Coached by Power Plant Strength.
He is one of my one to watches. He just needs a little bit more cooking, and I reckon once he kind of gets, he's still really young.
Yeah.
Once he gets a little bit more experience, especially competition experience, I reckon he'll be very, very dangerous as an older junior and kind of going into opens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our favourite now. Well, I say our favourite. By total, he's our nominated total. He's our favourite. 267.5, 17.5 kilo jump. Really sensible. When they make these selections, they will have they'll have a goal. So they kind of know what that third is going to be. And these are the stepping stones to that goal.
Moves well. A little bit of work, but that's what you would expect in a second. He gets 3 whites for it. And yeah, every coach and lifter will do it slightly different, but normally you'll come into comp with a kind of, a high, medium, and a low sort of range of numbers because you never know how it's going to feel on the day. And, you're generally sort of executing that plan. Now, everyone has a plan until third deadlifts, and then it's all cards are on the table. But
Let's put 300 and just see what
see
happens.
what happens.
It's not going to impact my position. I don't care.
Yeah, we've seen
I want to put 300 on. Okay, go for it.
we've seen people
Knock
pull
yourself
from
out.
fifth to first. Last night we had some big pulls to get into first, so anything can happen when it comes to third deadlifts. But you normally have some sort of plan. All right, we're back to the top of the session now with Ryan. He's jumped up another 5 kilos to 200.
Ryan is not a podium contender. He's just here to have a good time, build his total, get that experience. And there is nothing, that's the beauty of powerlifting, actually. You can have a good day, but not win. You've won, for whatever goal you had, you've won yourself.
That's it. It's you versus you. Wow.
Beautifully picked number, I think. I don't know if we would have had much more.
That 200 kilos. Well done.
3 white lights, great lift, and that he's gone 3 from 3 in his first national competition. Excellent work from Ryan.
Taking 275 kilos. Taking a 5 kilo drop from the second attempt.
Thomas now. Again, 5 kilo jump to 7.5. Building that total. In the day, it is totals that win powerlifting competitions.
Oh, really? Very good.
Fight
Wow,
of his life. Now, you can see really clearly how much deeper he is on one side than the other.
3 white lights.
But that is 3 white lights. He's quite wonky. He is leaning onto his left side. But again, every single one of his lifts looked as hard as
Yep.
the one before.
Yep. He's done really well there, and yeah, each lifter, different amounts of internal and external rotation of the hip, and so you can have quite different hip heights in the bottom of the squat. Very normal.
Scott now. He's kept the same weight as the one he missed before. Be quite a sensible decision.
Yeah, it was a good choice. Don't know whether he misgrooved the second or whether it was on strength. So let's
This is
see.
his very first year of powerlifting.
Wow.
I think potentially with a bit more experience, he might have been able to go up, but let's have a look. There we go. No. He's losing tightness in the bottom. He's just bombing into the squat. He's bombing into the hole, and then he just hasn't got anything to take him back up. And you could tell by he knew.
Yeah, as soon as the hips tend to tuck under, when you go very deep, you lose back position, and then you start to tip forward, and it's almost impossible to recover from. So anyway, luckily he's on the board. He got his opener, so he's good to continue.
You just need one.
That's it.
You can go 3 for 9 and win a competition. It's not ideal. We really wouldn't recommend it. But you just got to get a number on the board.
We have seen people win nationals before on 3 from 9. It's not
Yes,
unheard of.
I was alluding to that, but I don't think we speak of that time.
No.
Now, Alex Williams, he's gone 10 kilos higher. He looks really focused. Unfortunately, just not today.
Unfortunately, not today.
Yeah, probably just a tiny little bit too much, but his first 2 moved so well that it's was in the realms. But
I don't think it was. Look, we don't know the coach's plans. I don't think it was a bad pick.
No.
It just didn't happen on the day.
On the day.
And that happens. It happened to me and my lifter at Opens Nationals. Warm-ups were fantastic. one looked beautiful.
Yep.
You know, then the wheels fell off. And sometimes you just can't see it coming.
No, absolutely.
240 now for Matcha on Nauru.
7.5 kilo jump up from his second. Second moved really nicely. Very proficient squatter. Oh, wow.
You see you nodding along there, Chris, encouraging him to get to the top. Very nice squatter.
It's really good to watch. Depth is excellent. And he just sticks with it, stays forward, doesn't let the hip shoot up.
So controlled.
Great squatting.
Ben will be coming out now. 250 on the bar. Ben's sister is a sub-junior 84, who if you stick with us, you'll see tomorrow.
Okay.
Karina.
Got here 15 kilo jump. Yep.
I'll be honest, can't remember what the second looked like, but we're trusting in Matt Bartholomew. He absolutely knows what he's doing when it comes to picking attempts. Hits that hole hard. Gets to the top.
Okay.
2 to 1. A yellow light. Oh, well, it's a red light with a yellow card. Potentially missed the rat call, but that's very hard to pick up on if you are a side referee sometimes. Out comes his mate Jack. Also going for 250.
Well, who will take home the glory from this round, from the squat round?
I really want it to be both of them.
Well, he's fired up.
Let's see what the refs say.
Good lift, 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
Both friends walk away with the 250 kilo squat total.
No one gets bragging rights just yet. My mate Liam here, 250.
A 10 kilo jump.
He's been very solid. 230, 240. We've seen he's got very good depth.
Yeah, his second looked excellent. First was a touch shaky as he got the nerves out, but the second was a great looking squat.
Considering how deep he goes and in flats, just really controlled into the hole. Really beautiful fight. Perfectly picked third attempt.
250 kilos, 3 white lights. Well done, Liam.
He'll be very happy with that. 250, it's just a nice number.
Absolutely.
Nice milestone.
Absolutely, and, you know, perfect weight selection there. 2.5 more probably would have tipped him over the edge, so great weight selection from lifter and coach.
Speaking of 2.5, Brendan has only gone 2.5 kilos more for this third, which I think very sensible choice. Oh, I'm lying to you all. He is timing out, and what that means is, for whatever reason, the lifter has chosen to not take that attempt. He missed his first. He got the second. For 2.5 more kilos, you don't really want to exert yourself because you've still got bench and deadlift to go. This is a long game.
Yeah, and so lifters will often either time out, and in this case, I hope it's not because of an injury. I think you're right. I think it's because his second was quite tough. He absolutely had to sink it to get it. And so he's happy with the 250, 2.5, and I'm assuming he's just going to save himself now for bench and deadlifts. and just giving that extra minute to his competitors to let them have a little bit more rest.
Yes, you do have the choice to not do this, but it's seen as it's the polite thing to do. As you can tell, I am British. We are all about politeness and queuing. You can see our fantastic spot and load team here, the F1 pit crew of powerlifting.
Fire is loaded.
We're carrying on with the competition now. Jedi. He's got 257.5 on the bar. So he started from 237. He's worked up 20 kilos. Now, with a squat like that, you are always slightly worried about depth, but
That's a good lift.
there you go. See, he's an example of how to do a wide stance squat properly.
Yeah, plenty of external rotation in the bottom. Lets him sit in between his in between the hips, and gets it 2-1. Great lift.
Fletcher now, one of our hometown heroes. 265.
Fire is loaded.
That's a nice grind there. Stuck with it. Gets 3 white lights. Great lift for Fletcher.
A little grind. I don't think he would have had anything more. Really nice third attempt.
Yeah. Perfect weight selection.
I just don't have much to say about his squat because it's so good.
It's just textbook.
I have also been
And probably one of the only lifters we'll see today who chooses not to use the stiff sleeve. Still in the old SBD sleeve, knee sleeve we're talking about there. It's a big trend at the moment to go to a very, very, very stiff knee sleeve to try and get a little bit more resistance on the knee joint.
And you have what I like to call the
It's loaded for Micah.
brand redacted waddle.
Okay, Micah, sorry, coming out. 268. So this must be a junior record, Chip.
Look at that smile.
Wow. So depth looked great. And yes, 3 white lights.
Beautiful.
There was a tiny little sticking point there, but I didn't think the bar sunk. It just settled a little bit as he hit the sticking point, which is perfectly fine.
His training has just been very consistent. He is one of the ones I was saying that might now have a chance at the podium.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, nominations are a guideline.
Oh,
They
absolutely.
are if you think of it as a moment in time for that lifter, and then when you meet at nationals 6 months down the line, you might have put 10 kilos on your total. Someone else might have put 25. It's just how it goes. Now, Mac here, 280.
So we just had Micah set the national record, and now Matthew will come out and go above it if he's successful at 280.
But Micah can still say he held it for 1 whole minute.
Absolutely. If this is successful. Otherwise, he'll walk away with it.
I'm a Micah fan, but my money is on Matt.
Wow.
There you go.
I would say absolutely perfect weight selection. I'm not sure 280.5 would have been there, to be honest. So perfect selection by the coach.
Every single kilo he could get from that platform, he got from that platform. Now, you get a little break, 10 minutes to get a cup of tea, maybe a coffee, grab some snacky snacks, and join us back in 10 minutes for your bench session.
Okay, welcome back to bench press. We'll start this bench press session with Tamara up first, and she'll open with 52.5 loaded on the bar. And nice easy opener there for Tamara. Moves very well through white lights. And Spotter's just setting the bar up now for Yishan. She'll open on 57.5. And great looking opening attempt there for Yishan. She gets 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Ruby attempting 60 kilos for her opening bench.
And we've got sub junior Ruby coming out now. She's going to open on 60 kilos.
Bar is loaded for Ruby.
Ruby makes light work of her 60 kilo opener.
Now attempting 62.5 kilos for her opener is Amber.
And Emma Clifford up now. Bar going up by 2.5 kilos to 62.5. So as we get into the bench press here, probably the most technical of the lifts. So many things to think about as a lifter, as a referee.
So many things can go wrong.
Absolutely.
I would love to love bench. Bench does not love me.
I'm the same.
Now that looked beautiful to me as a non-bencher. And it looked beautiful to the refs as well. So really nice control on the down, straight up, beautiful elbow depth. Now, if we say elbow depth, you think, what do you mean elbow depth? Where are they going? So it's an IPF rule. You might not see it in the gym. You might not see it in other federations. It is to do with where your elbow is in relation to your shoulder, a specific point on your shoulder. And what it has done is reduce a lot of the arching for some people. Some people can still have a great arch and hit elbow depth. Some people not so much. Caitlin here, 65 kilos.
Nice and smooth there for Caitlin.
Now, if we're still armchair reffing at home, things we're looking out for, keeping that head still on the bench, making sure that your hands are in the right point on the bar. You can't be outside the lines. You can't see them. And honestly, it's quite hard to see from the side of the platform. Now this lifter is going to set up.
Madison Jenkins here, 67.5.
Some lifters you'll see will have a hand out and others will self-unrack. Pluses and minuses in both camps, Chris.
Absolutely. Great looking opener there for Maddie. She's come back well from squats, where she
Very nearly ended her.
nearly ended, but her third squat looked amazing.
That was
And
really
she's
nice
now on the board.
bench.
Great work, Maddie. Yeah, and the handout thing is interesting. It's definitely helps, but you don't know who's going to give you a handout at a competition, so it can be very inconsistent.
It's a risky business.
It's a risky business.
It is a risky business. So if you are unracking, which Alyssa is going to do a beautiful example of for us here with her 70 kilo bench, she is in control of how much pressure is on of that weight is coming onto her chest, right? I'm not explaining it very well, but if you imagine if someone just grabs the bar and they can push it out too far, or they can push it down on you, and then you risk losing your position that you have taken so much time to set up for. Because the other things we're looking for, once she pops her bum on the bench, that bum cannot move, her feet cannot move. You have to have a really strong position. And that's a beautiful bench.
Great press for Alyssa.
21 lines, 70 kilos, 60 kilos now. Also attempting 70
You see that?
we have Holly.
Nothing moves. The only thing that is moving is the bar. Beautiful bar path as well.
Yeah, so head contact, butt contact, and then also feet contact, right?
Yeah, so feet can slide. They cannot lift. And also another newish rule is that during setup or any point during the lift, your feet cannot go on the bench or touch the leg of the bench. So some lifters would have had to change their setup and adapt. And that is absolutely fine. That is what we do. Every year we get a new set of the rules. Sometimes things have been taken out, things have been added in. Let's have a look here. This is Holly with 70. Potentially not as fast on the way up as the others, but that could be just the way she benches.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, if you're wondering why there is a difference in when the start command is given, is because if you see the two refs on the side, they are looking for different things. So maybe the lifter doesn't have their foot down, or they're not still, and they have their arms up. As the center ref, the chief ref, you can't give a command until at least one person has popped their arm down. Our little secret weapon here, Aislinn, 72.5. Her feet are up, but not on the bench.
That's a good lift for Aislinn.
Yeah, great lift there for Aislinn. 72.5.
Now, she is just plodding along and building her total. She is one of those ones you just might, if you're not keeping an eye on it, you might not see her coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maria now, 72.5. The other thing you're looking out for on the bench is you need to make sure that you can see the neck, so you can see the head. So sometimes even in the men, the hair, if you have a particularly long mullet, that hair needs to be up. I know someone who gets his braided.
There you go.
So you can see it. Now, let's have a look. Lovely. Let's see what the rest think.
Speedy bench. That's a good lift for Maria.
Now, that was one red, but I didn't see a colour underneath it.
Blue. It's gone for a blue card.
So on the bench, a blue card is potentially an up and down movement. They mean more than one thing, but if you're looking at a bench, generally blue is going to be about up and down. We've got Joyce, 77.5, explaining to her spotter how she wants her handout. Handouts are notoriously tricky to get right, and to be honest, I'm pretty sure that with all the best will in the world, the spotter hands it out, and you just have to hope.
Absolutely. It's a very hard thing to explain. You try and practice, okay, how do I want my handout? But it's tough to explain. Let's watch Joyce here.
There she goes, down and up.
Very strong press.
Very fast. 77.5 locked in for choice.
And also giving bench handouts
Also,
can be quite nerve-wracking. It again, if you train with people, you're going to find someone you're like, I want handouts from that person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crowd favorite May, 77.5. If you think of powerlifting as like a double cheeseburger, bench is probably that cheesy bit in the middle. And some people have big bits of cheese and some people have little bits of cheese. And it's just another way to put kilos on your total. Lovely.
Yeah, great lift from May. I think, yeah, more and more in recent times, we've seen the rise of the bench specialist, and people actually using bench to significantly increase their subtotal. But yeah, in the past, it's always relied on squat and deadlift. But good to see a few people with big benches starting to come through.
Loaded for Jess.
Jess here with 80. Now everyone has a slightly different setup. Everyone will have a slightly different stance. I think she's going quite narrow. Maybe I was a little bit wider, and then the lifter before was even wider than that. And that is going to depend on how tall you are. Your torso, your arms, your legs. Bench is a very, very technical lift.
Yep. Yeah, and it's really just about where you feel strongest, where you feel you can get that most leg drive.
Absolutely.
See Jess here. Makes light work of that.
Very nice bench press there. That's a good lift for Jess.
Again, it's about angles. So I feel that chief ref is seeing something we just can't quite see. So there was a blue light there, a blue card, but that's okay because she got the lift. We're moving on now to a national record attempt. 98 kilos for your 69 kilo junior lifter, Naya. Naya held her own in the squats quite nicely. And she's coming out with the baller move of attempting a national record on her opener. Well, if you blinked, you would have missed that. That is 98 kilos, 3 white lights, and a national record for Naya Keep. Really impressive. Now, that was the end of our first attempts. We're moving on to our seconds. Now, on the bench, you are going to see smaller increments of weight on the bar because sometimes 500 grams will knock you over the edge. So 52.5 to 57.5, a solid 5 kilo jump. I doubt we're going to see any 10 kilo jumps here on the women's bench. You're more likely to see that in the men's and in the higher weight classes. But a 5 kilo jump, quite solid.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 kilos definitely the probably the average that even across most of the sort of lighter middleweight classes would be the average, I'd say. Bench gets heavy very quickly compared to squat and deadlift.
I did say 500 grams can push you over the edge, but anything really.
Anything, yeah.
Let's have a look at tomorrow. And there it is.
Beautiful looking bench. Gotta be happy with that one.
3 white lights. Now, if you remember, Tamara did miss a squat, but she then got her third, and she seems to have shaken that out, and we're on to bench. A 2.5 jump here, 60 kilos, for Yishan Lim.
Looks good there for you, Sean.
60 kilos locked in.
Okay, so she's got 2-1. Blue from the head ref,
I
which
just can't see it.
could be elbows locked for the blue card. It's either a bar dip or elbows locked in bench. So I think
I suspect red is for the. No, I'm being shaken at.
yeah, I just checked the book
You
because I'm
checked the
like,
book?
what is a blue other than bar down? Yeah, elbows locked in the bench.
Elbows locked
As
in the
opposed to knees in deadlift and squat where it's red.
Yes,
It's
'cause
in the
that's,
blue.
that's why I was saying very confidently there. No, it's red.
Yeah, I thought so as well, but I just double checked.
Ruby here, our sub junior from Adelaide with 65 kilos. Now,
Okay,
not
interesting.
to be unpleasant, but we had a bit of a wiggle on the way down. And then we had an up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got up there. I think she just, from the unrack, it just wasn't there. Now, she can do that weight again.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got the strength.
The
so
strength is there.
just a little bit more patience on the setup.
I suspect she lost position.
Yep.
And it's really easy to rush things
Mhm.
because you just want to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. This bench is quite slippery compared to most of the other Elecos that people are used to. It's quite strange, so it can throw people a little bit. Got Amber Clifford here now, 67.5. 5 kilo jump.
Lovely.
Yeah, that looked great.
Really good. Hopefully Ruby can come back out and see if I can. As you were saying, there's so much that you can just put you off really, and the pad of the bench will feel if you're not used to a V2, and even if you're used to it, it could be different from your gym, and that can be very off-putting. If
Absolutely.
it's spongy, if it's slippy, you need to be really adaptable as a powerlifter. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you can never get too comfortable.
Caitlin here, 70 kilos.
Just a little bit heavy there off the chest, unfortunately.
Be interesting to see if they choose to repeat that same weight or go up. Potentially there's no benefit in going up. It's going to depend on why she missed it in the first place. It just looked heavy from the...
Yeah, it just looked heavy from where we're sitting, but
Yeah.
that's, her coach and herself will know better if maybe it does a little misgroove, but...
Exactly. We're seeing most of these lifters for the first time, and their coach would have spent hours upon hours with them. And often from the unwrap if your lifter's going to get something or not, much to their disgust. 72.5 for Holly. Solid.
3 white lights for Holly. Well done.
Yeah, started to be a little bit of work for her, but good weight choice. That's what a second should definitely look like.
Maddie now, 72.5. I am suspecting that Maddie is a bencher / deadlifter. Very long limbs.
Beautiful looking bench press.
Lovely. Really smooth. Room to move there for the third. Alyssa with 75.
Bars loaded for Alyssa.
Sorry for my silence. I was just enjoying a beautiful lift.
75 kilos.
Absolutely textbook.
Yeah, that was great. And always a big milestone when you can hit 75 in competition, the 2 red plates and the collars.
All about those red plates.
Absolutely.
It just is. In my dreams. Especially not on bench. Aislinn here. She's popped up 5 kilos. 77.5. Just quietly building her total.
Yeah, she's on track for a very strong day.
Hmm. I think we jinxed that.
Unfortunately, not this time.
Giving it the commentator's curse. Now look, let's see. Her opener moved extremely well. 5 kilo jump. Maybe there's a little bit of a miscue there. Noticed the head might have slipped just a touch as she started to press. So her and a coach having a good chat about what they're going to do now.
It is a slippy bench. I will give you
Yeah.
that. We've got Maria, 77.5, also a 5 kilo jump. Lovely. Nice, solid attempt. I've read Maria at several competitions. And she's always a beautiful lifter to watch. Referee dream, really. Just technically good, confident. May now, 82.5. So you would have noticed that May was lifting at the end of the squat rounds with her big squat. And with the bench, she's kind of in the middle, nearing the end. But remember, we're all about the total. Getting there kilo by kilo. Beautiful. She's got lots of competition experience. She knows exactly what she's doing, how she needs to do things. $85 coming onto the bar for Jessica.
I was loaded for Jess.
Jess, a very strong bencher here.
One of our more experienced lifters has about 4 years of training under her belt.
Okay.
Very good coach in Beth Park. That's a very solid lifter. And she's been given the replace command.
Elbows not quite locked out. Fortunately,
We're so close to timing out.
wow.
Oh, my heart can't take this.
Ah.
So she got that start command at what, 2 seconds?
2 seconds. 2 seconds to go. Wow.
I can tell you now, when you're sitting as the chief ref and you can see the time ticking away, and all you want to do is say start.
And look, that shows her experience. The fact that she didn't undo her position as the ref come to tell her what was wrong. She held the same position, so she was able to just unrack and get the command. So she's done really well there, and that press looked really nice.
If she'd lost her position,
Yeah,
she wouldn't have
wouldn't
been
have
able
time.
to make the time. And that's the thing. Don't dilly-dally with your setup.
Yep.
Because you never know if something's going to go wrong. If you have a 15-second setup and you're dancing around and you have to get a replace command, you're going to do yourself a disservice. Got Joyce here? 85.
Wow.
Now, she made that look like her opener.
Wow.
Useful bencher. I am all of the envy. 3 white lights.
Yeah, I think it's one that, you should really look at in training. If your setup is taking over 30 seconds, you probably should look to see how you could potentially trim that down a bit, because again, you never know. Like, is your wrist wrap touching the bar? Are your elbows not quite locked? There's so many things that can happen, and you really want at least 30 seconds to be able to then regain your composure and get the start command. So
I agree. It's so anxiety inducing. Now, Naya,
Put our hands together for Niall.
she
She's up
took
there.
the record on her first attempt. She's going to break her own record with 103.5. She's a lovely squatter. Beautiful bencher. Her coach has given very detailed instructions to the spotter on exactly how he would like the handout. Beautiful.
well,
What an insane.
that is a monster bench for a 69 kilo junior.
She is another one of my watcher.
Absolutely.
See what she does. Let this one cook. She's excellent. I have just nothing more to say about that lift. So impressive.
I'm excited to see what she can do in deadlifts as well. She doesn't, look like the typical bench press build. She has quite long arms. She's quite tall. So, I'm interested to see how far she can push a deadlift as well.
She feels like that rare unicorn lifter
Yeah.
of being an all-rounder.
An all-rounder, absolutely.
Tamara now, coming out with 60 kilos.
Do our third attempts.
Unfortunately, just not today.
She'll have to be happy with the 57.
Hopefully she can shake it off and get herself ready for deadlifts.
And only leaving 2.5 behind, so great. That was the minimum jump she could take, so
Yep.
hasn't left any kilos behind, which is great.
Another 2.5 kilo jump here for Lisha. Three for three on bench. Lovely. What a beautiful spot to be in. 6 for 6 going into deadlift. You cannot ask for anything else. Build that subtotal.
Absolutely. Don't think it's a position I've ever been in, to be honest, but
No comments. Now, Ruby here, I cannot tell you how impressive Ruby is. She is a sub-junior. She got 60 on her first attempt. We just didn't quite get 65. We're trying again. But I'm incredibly impressed with Ruby, with her composure. There we go.
so yeah, it must have just been a slight misgroove there on a second, and was able just to come out and grab that 65 kilos. It was some work, but she did really well.
Bar is loaded for Amber.
As we keep saying, when you miss something, you have to come out and do it again. It takes more than you think.
Absolutely.
Amber now, 70 kilos. Everyone just slowly adding kilos onto their total. And you're thinking, 2.5 kilos won't make a difference. Yes, it will.
Absolutely.
500 grams can make a difference. And that's why you're seeing a lot of chipping, which we're going to talk about later as we get into deadlifts. She's got time here. Really nice for Amber. Really nice.
That's a good link for Amber. Now we have Kate up next, giving 70 another crack.
Caitlin repeating her 70 kilos. Night and day from
Absolutely.
second attempt. I'm not quite sure what to say there. Who knows what happened on the second, but it was there on the third.
Whatever it was, she made the adjustment
Mhm.
and was able to come out with confidence and absolutely smash that.
Your favourite, red plates, coming onto the bar with 75 kilos for Holly. Having red plates on the bar, milestone. Whether it's for warming up or whether it's for reps or whether it's a 1 rep max,
Absolutely.
red plates are where it's at.
Especially when you make that jump from commercial gym to powerlifting gym and you see red plates for the first time.
It's another world. Now, she fought that all the way. Now, I don't think there was up and down.
No, 3 white lights.
Beautiful. Because what you want to not do is confuse stopping
Mm-hmm.
for the downward motion. You can stop, that's fine. You just got to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maddie now, sticking with those beautiful red plates.
And sometimes you'll see one arm come up faster than the other, and that may cause one side of the bar to sort of stall. But again, unless the entire bar dips,
Yep.
it's okay.
It's about dipping. You don't want the dip. Stopping is fine. Lots of lifters are quite wonky. And it's not ideal. You're probably losing a little bit of power, but that's just how some people are built.
Absolutely.
And like I said, powerlifting is for everybody. Everybody is built different. You just adapt to it. Giving the bench a little zhuzh.
Yeah, lots of chalk.
Maddie, the chalk, you just the chalk, the bench. It's a thing. Here she comes. Beautiful. I apologize if you're getting bored of me saying beautiful, but when they're that good, you just don't really have anything else to say. It's smooth, textbook.
Yep, that bar path is textbook, absolutely.
Could she have had another 2.5 kilos? Who knows? Because bench is a very stubborn mistress. You can push her over the edge very quickly. 77.5 now for Alyssa. I want to say Alyssa is having a very solid bench session, but I'm also very wary of giving her the commentator curve. Like we said before, she lifts out of X Gym on Castle Hill. Alyssa, a smooth operator there with her bench. Really takes her time on setting up and getting a great position. She's just beautifully positioned under that bar.
And that control on the way down just means she gets the press command really quickly because the bar stops immediately on the chest.
Yes, I don't think we explained that. You get a press command. It's not because the ref is waiting a certain amount of time. Your bar needs to be motionless on the chest. Then they will say press. And that, my friend, is up to you.
Absolutely. Aisling up now, 77.5 again.
I'm rooting for her. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, there we go. Because I felt it was there, and there was just something not quite right on that.
Yeah,
previous
absolutely.
one, and now she's nailed it.
3 white lines. Well done, Aisling.
So second person to miss their second but come back out. Just change something slightly in their setup.
Now, we can't see it.
No.
I'm sure that the lifter knows, and the coach will know. We couldn't tell you.
But amazing. She grabs the extra kilos.
Maria now. 80 kilos. Softly building that total. Another lift with a really solid setup. Real strength there. Really pushed. Beautiful. See on the right hand side of your screen, you can keep up with the live scoreboard, see where your favourites are sitting. We'll do a little recap just before deadlift, see where everyone is before going into our final lift. Maybell there giving a perfect example of what you were talking about, Chris, where see how on one side is lower than the other. Gets the right side up, then we get the left side, but we didn't dip.
There's 3 whites, great lift. May on her way to a very impressive total.
Joyce now are just a solid bencher. Every bench has just looked so strong.
And this is interesting. If you had asked me how much more Joyce would add, I would have probably said 5 to 7.5 based on how the second moved. But her and her coach, they are the ones that know each other, and they've opted to jump up 2.5.
I suspect
Joyce.
at this standard of competition, at this level of competition, you want a sure thing and not a maybe.
Absolutely.
Because you want those kilos. Every kilo does count. I am, however, with you in that I would like to see her do a 90 kilo bench. Just saying.
Yeah, look, it slowed a little bit compared to a second, but it was still very, very springy off the chest. So, but like you said, you don't want to lose any kilos, particularly when you're battling for that podium. So great work there for Joyce. Good day out so far.
Just now, 90 kilos.
Unfortunately not today.
Just wasn't there.
Yeah, just a bit too much for her on the third, but that's what third attempts are about. She's done really well so far today.
I think she lost position. Look at me talking like I know what I'm talking about. On the way down, it just looked really controlled and then popped. But that honestly just happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, back to Naya, who is just putting her total kilo by kilo, and she has popped up 3 kilos to 106.5, wanting to break her own national record.
Well, amazing.
Beautiful lifter. Really strong. She is sitting 6 for 6. She has not dropped a lift going into deadlifts. It makes her very dangerous.
Absolutely. She's going to have the pressure on those front runners.
Mm-hmm. She wants that podium spot. Now, having a look at the scoreboard, whilst we get ready for our 105 men's.
You have Ryan Lee up first with a 102.5.
Mostly a sea of green, which is always really encouraging. Quite a few lifters going 6 for 6. Bit of a false start there for Ryan. We do have 102.5 kilos on the bar for Ryan, but he has to wait to hear the bar is loaded. Very nicely chosen opener there.
Very fast
Yeah,
opening there.
strong press. Work, gets one on the board.
Alex Williams attempting 115 for his opener.
Alex Williams up next, one of our sub-juniors. Starting with 115.
Bars loaded for Alex.
Explaining how he wants his handoff.
Gorgeous bench. Moved to like a warm-up. 3 white lights, one on Alex.
Really controlled bench.
One for Thomas.
You're going to be hearing a lot of silence because they're just doing so well.
Yeah, not much to say about that.
Yeah, you
Super
lifted
smooth.
it.
Sub-junior.
Well done. We're just sitting here with our poverty benches and crying quietly.
Absolutely.
Now, our next sub-junior here, opening at 115. You're watching the future of powerlifting. Just what I think makes sub-junior and junior competitions so exciting.
Absolutely. I think the future of Australian powerlifting is going to be very strong.
It went down, then went back up.
Very fast.
Again, that's what you need for an opener.
Absolutely.
Because what you really don't want to happen, because it is heartbreaking, is starting too heavy, because the bar cannot go backwards. I mean, there's very few circumstances where it can. We're not going to go into that. You're armchair repping, you don't need to know. But you need an opener that you can do. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen that yesterday, where one of our lifters was unable to post a total due to opening on bench just a little bit too heavy on the day. Again, you might hit it in the gym, but it's on the day. So
Then now, 130.
Wow.
I blinked, didn't see it.
Now that is just the bench of dreams.
One half of our
Very well done there.
Ben and Jack duo getting his first lift on the board.
137.5.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure I can even press the empty bar that fast, to be honest. That was absolutely flying.
Not anymore. Scott Herman now.
Bar is loaded.
137.5 for Scott's opener.
Flying through our bench presses. I will say that even though our poor lifter did not get a bench on the board yesterday, he did still come out and do his deadlifts, which takes a lot.
Absolutely.
It takes a lot of grit, and I did speak to him afterwards and say how impressed I was with him,
Yep.
because these are junior lifters, and some open age lifters do not take it as well.
No. Okay. Scott gets it to the top. It was work, but again, first time we've seen Scott lift. This may be how his bench looks, but he's on the board.
Some people are sticky.
40 is Marco.
Powerlifting, unfortunately, can be a sport of disappointments. And learning how to deal with those
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
lifting and in life, because, you know, stuff happens. Got Marco now. 140. He was a beautiful squatter. Both
Absolutely.
Chris and I, big fans of his squat. Keen to see how he benches. Much like his squat, very controlled.
Move like a walnut.
Quite
Marco.
fairly slow and controlled, and all the way up.
Sullivan also
And you see Marco goes for the sink style bench.
Yep.
Just lets the bar come into his chest a little bit before the press command, and then he's able to use that to spring back out.
You are going to see that often with the bigger boy lifters, especially those who might have a little extra padding on the chest. You're going to get the boing. Now, there is a danger with that. Sometimes it can look like a double bounce,
Yes.
but also, as he just proved, can be quite effective. Jack now, 140. Opener on the board.
Easy bench for Jack. That's 140 locked in.
Very nice.
Brendan up
You can
next.
see his coach there,
Maxing 152.5 kilos.
studying the lift intently, because how that moved is going to determine the next attempt. You don't just blindly have a plan and stick to it, whatever is happening. You have got to react to what you're seeing on the platform, how that lifter is feeling,
Absolutely.
and what's going on around you. 152.5 coming onto the bench. Now, if you remember, he didn't do a third squat. He decided to conserve his energy, missed his first, got his second. Job done, no thank you. Now he's coming out to bench. Because we were worried he was injured, but I think actually he was just conserving his energy. Very
Which is a
sensible.
smart move. Yep.
Another trampoline lifter.
Shot up like a rocket. That's a good lift for Brendan.
2 to 1.
152.5 secured.
Blue light again.
Fletcher up next. Attesting 157.
Potentially the elbows. Potentially a double bounce. Potentially we're not in the mind of the chief ref. Fletcher now, 17.5.
Yeah, hard to recheck the elbows from the side view. So, but
Bar is loaded for
head ref has the best view in the house for bench press. So, trust his call. Okay, Fletcher up now.
It's quite difficult in bench as a ref to get a good position,
So
especially
hard.
now with the elbow depth rule. The refs have had to move slightly towards the back of the platform, as you can see. Beautiful for Fletcher, just very solid.
Absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, because of the angle, because you're looking at the elbows, sometimes you can potentially miss a butt lift or you can miss the feet. And it's quite hard as the chief ref that you can't. You can see elbows, you can see if hands are doing silly things, head movements, and you can see feet, but you can't see that little bum rise that you might start to see when we get heavier, second or third, and you think, boom, I've done it. And your butt is, 5 meters off
the bench.
Off the bench. Liam now, 160.
Well, then, if on the sides, I know when I'm reffing there, it's always super tough because if someone is twitching around a bit, you start to look pretty intently at the butt, but then you may miss the bar moving up and down because you're so focused.
And that right there is why you have 3.
Exactly.
It is not a one-trick pony show.
No.
We have 3 of us. All of us looking at different angles. Very nice.
Excellent looking opener there for Liam.
Yep. Next up, 160. Also, we have Matt Foley was opening.
So Matt here opening with 160. We've only got 2 other lifters to go in this flight, which will be Micah with the same amount, and then Jedi just opening a little higher at 162.5. This is where you're really starting to build that total and get as many kilos on the board and under your belt before we go into deadlifts.
He backs up those squats with a fantastic bench.
Very, very strong lift.
I'm laughing because I'm sat here just shaking my head. He is just, I think the popular phrase is a great technician.
Yep.
Every lift he does is controlled. You can see his experience. You can see his strength. He's just currently hard to beat. I am pretty sure that Jedi and Mike and a couple of other guys are going to try and put some pressure on him.
Absolutely.
Micah now, like we said, 160 on the bar. Micah has just skyrocketed as a lifter this year. His training, at the end of the day, this is 9 minutes. This is built in the hours and hours and hours you spend in the gym. And if you are not lifting to standard in the gym, it's not going to be on the day.
Very nice there from Micah. Gets the 3 whites. And he's going to have some big jumps, I'd say, based on his training videos. They're looking very strong. Has a very big bench. And our final lifter now to come out will be Jedi with 162.5 for his opener.
Everyone just quietly adding those totals. As much as powerlifting is about running your own race, you need to be looking at what everyone else is doing. Just not quite yet.
Yeah, things will swing about wildly in deadlifts. But the coaches will be starting to crunch those numbers now.
Mm-hmm. Lovely. Just lovely for him.
Powerful bench there.
Really smooth.
3 white lines, well done.
That was the heaviest opener for us. So we're going to go round to our second attempt. The coaches are going to know exactly what their lifter can do. And they're probably going to have done what we call scouting. They're probably quite aware of what the other lifter that's close to them can do as well. As much as powerlifting is a solo sport, you do have a team behind you. Most people who are in contention for medal, they'll have one coach. Potentially that coach will then have someone with them and they will be doing numbers.
Absolutely.
And being able to do numbers quickly to know exactly what you have to put on the bar, because you only get 1 minute, is a skill in itself. Ryan here, 107.5. Having a very smooth day.
Yeah, and definitely at nationals and international events, you generally always see a second person with the coach because, again, you would hate to lose a podium place by 2.5 kilos because your coach miscalculated. Ryan here.
Beautiful. We got there.
Yeah, great lift from Ryan.
At the end, but that happens. Being able to know what's going on around you and still focus on your athlete is really hard. So having more than one pair of hands is good. And sometimes things happen. You know, we've seen it before 105 session that opens. Let's not mention it. Some of us saw it coming and some of us did not.
Absolutely.
Going from 5th to 1st, deadlifters are like crocs in a creek. You don't know they're there till they're chewing on your toes.
Bar is loaded.
120 for Alex.
Plus, a lot of our coaches will have multiple clients lifting in the same session, and so makes it extremely hard, especially when the chips come out.
We will talk about chips, I think, in more detail just before deadlifts, because they can.
Absolutely.
If you have no idea what chips are about, we are, we're not here talking about a chip. Alex taking his time to set up. He's still got 25 seconds left.
And it's strong, very strong.
Really nice.
3 wide lines for Alex. 120 kilos locked in. 122.5 kilos for Thomas Barney.
Alex and Thomas really are
Bar is loaded for
the
Tom.
future of our powerlifting federation. It's nice to see our sub-junior lifters here. We don't have that many of them across the weekend, but we are starting to see people get into powerlifting earlier and earlier, and that is great.
Yeah, absolutely. When we start to think about, most of the elite level lifters at the moment sort of been in that sport 6+ years.
Mm-hmm.
People starting to get in at 15, 16. Great to see.
There we go. We've got it on the board. Well, I think you got it on the board. Oh, good. The rest agree with me. They're not making me a liar.
Secured. Well done.
I think the beauty of powerlifting now is it's such a different landscape. You have got so much more information at your fingertips. So much more information is online. You can have a coach online. If you think 10, 15 years ago, it was just very different.
Absolutely.
Scott now.
Bar's loaded for Scott.
$140 on the bar. He really fought it. Quite an interesting choice because he's only gone up 2.5 kilos, which makes me suspect the first one did not go the way he wanted. 2.5 is the smallest amount you can do. So either he's chosen that or he's forgotten to give a card in and it goes up at default anyway. Then now 140, 10 kilo jump. Still looking like an opener.
Speedy.
3 wide lines for Ben. 140 secured.
Just so speedy. You can hear the defeat in our voices.
Seth Sullivan up next. Attempting
We have bench envy.
150 kilo bench.
Well, interesting to see how much they jumped to the third there because, yeah, that was, if my opener looked like that, I would be very happy. So I think he's got a bit of room to move there.
His
Very
mate
strong
Jack
presser.
now.
Bar is loaded for Jack.
Just sitting 10 kilos heavier. I suspect Jack might win bragging rights on this one.
Well, they're currently equal now, so Jack needs to get this to stay ahead.
I've got full faith here.
Absolutely.
Full faith.
Absolutely.
We are not commentating cursing anymore.
And as expected, nice and easy there for Jack.
Line work of that one.
They are different lifters, but they actually bench, I think, they've got quite a similar style. Quite wide. Really nice there.
Kilos being loaded now for Marco.
I'm very glad he did not make me a liar. 150 is also a nice number. say that you bench.
Bars loaded for Marco.
Now, he's gone up 15 kilos, which is one of the bigger jumps I think we've seen so far.
Yeah,
Please
absolutely.
correct me if I'm wrong here.
No, that's a big jump on bench. Absolutely.
Macho here. Making very nice work of that sync technique there.
With the well, that's a good.
That
Yeah.
is how you do it.
And I think perfectly judged in terms of the weight there.
57.5 kilos.
15 kilo jump.
He did get one red light, so I don't know how far I would push it for the next one.
No, we get like hard there from the side ref, which could be the butt lift or a number of other things, but a lot of the time it will be the butt lifting.
157.5 for Brendan.
Nice looking bench there. That's 3 white lines.
Yeah, strong press out there for Brendan.
Pleasure jumping 7.5 kilos.
Really controlled bencher.
65 onto
Because potentially he had built
10.
that he could sink, he could press it, but he keeps it very nice and still controlled on the chest.
Absolutely. Opts for no wrist wraps as well, which is just have super strong wrists.
I wear wrist wraps for everything because I am old and decrepit. Fletcher now, wrist wraps on.
Yeah, some lifters
6'5".
struggle to lock their elbows when they put the wrist wrap on. That extra bit of pressure does something, and they can't get their elbows straight. So
Something
it's a
magic
personal
in,
personal
magic in
preference.
the arm.
Absolutely.
Slower than his first, but looks how a second should look.
3 white lines.
He's just having a good day.
Absolutely. 5 from 5 so far.
I didn't want to mention it just in case we risk it for the thick, but Jedi now, 170.
Unloaded for Jedi.
So Jedi taking a 7.5 kilo jump here.
Well, he's a great bench presser.
Nice looking bench press. 3 white lines for Jedi.
He's looking like quite a good all-rounder, but that bench just very smooth.
Unloaded for Liam.
Liam's first looked really good. What I like about Liam is he backs himself. He is confident in what he can do, and I think that actually goes a long way on the platform.
And this is as much a mental game as it is a physical game. Oh,
The boy is a bencher.
Convincing bench press. Well done. Good lift for Liam.
looks around at the crowd after that one. Very strong bench.
Our next two lifters are keeping 170 on the bar. We're going to have Matt,
Bars loaded.
followed by Micah. Another 10 kilo jump.
And it's another strong press from Matt. I mean, his experience shows, right? It's just, he just executes.
I really do like both him and Micah.
Yep.
Just good to watch. You know what you're getting.
Absolutely.
There's no surprises. Micah here, sticking with the 170 again. That 10 kilo jump. Now, what's interesting is to see where those 3 lifters who all did 170 go next.
Mm-hmm.
Because do they have another 10 kilos in them? Are they going to have to push? Let's see. Oh, nicely done.
Again, it's very nice. Started to slow slightly, so will he have another 10? Maybe, maybe not. But let's see. Great press.
Let's play along. Where would you go? If you look at that, not knowing Micah's training, where would you go just based on that
I'm
look?
probably thinking maybe 5 to 7.5 based on that. It just compared to his first, definitely started to get a little bit harder. So, but he's a very strong lifter. So, who knows?
I feel I would add 5
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to tip him over the edge.
Yep.
And I know what a good deadlifter he is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you.
Potentially, he could, make up 2.5 kilos on a deadlift much easier than he can on a bench.
Yep.
But like I said, we know nothing of this. This is Ryan. This is his 3rd attempt, 110. Oh, I was so full of hope for that lift. So full of hope. And then
Alex Williams up next.
we nearly got
5 kilos to
Just-
the
Yeah, as we spoke about before, he's a lifter who's like left arm loves to lock out just that little bit faster than
Yes.
the right. And in the first 2 lifts, it wasn't a problem for him. In this one, his left just got that little bit higher. It locked a lot faster than right, and the right just couldn't make it up, unfortunately. But great day so far. He's gone 5 from 6.
Alex now, 125. Three for 3 on bench.
third attempt. That's 3 white lights for Alex, 125 kilos.
Really nice work there.
Fire is loaded for Thomas.
Thomas coming up now. With a 125. So a 2.5 increase.
Unfortunately, not today for Thomas.
Just a touch too heavy there for Thomas, but it was only a 2.5 jump, so him and his coach have done well there. They knew exactly what weight to put on the bar, and so he's left nothing behind.
Okay, Scott repeating his 140,
Fire is loaded for
which
Scott.
was only a 2.5 kilo jump from his.
Yeah, his opener was
Go on.
tough.
Some people just aren't benchers. I'm not a bencher, barely a power lifter. I feel this is a
Still a great number, 137.5. Just, on the day, it was probably a little bit tougher than he expected. But
you have to take what's on the day and not what's in the gym. You get the day you get. potentially not the day you wanted.
And it's so close. So close. But in the end, 137.5 is a great weight selection.
Let's not, I
Yeah.
don't want to be disparaging. These are 105 junior lifters.
That's right.
137.5 bench.
He's great. It's
Sweet.
amazing. So he's done well there, and he loses nothing by coming and trying it again because, the upper body not typically going to impact your deadlift much. Not like taking a third squat that may take kilos off your deadlift at the end.
Absolutely. 150 for Ben. His second moved fairly well. The third one, a little slower. Not much, to be honest.
No, that looked really nice. Obviously heavy. You see him grimacing through the lift, but
He's stuck with it.
the bar flies.
It really does.
One to up next. 160 kilos on the bar for him. Jumping 5 kilos from that second attempt there.
Okay, so
Great day so far.
obviously there's different ways to skin cat. So he's gone 140, 155, and then 160. As you saw, other lifters have gone 140, 150, 160. You will get the same cake in the end. Let's see how he goes.
Unfortunately, not quite there for him. So it walks away with a 155, which is awesome. Great weight selection there on his second. And leaves nothing really behind here on his third.
I think taking that 15 kilo jump, which considering to what we've seen is a large jump, definitely paid off for him because then he didn't lose 10 kilos on the platform. He's just lost that 5.
Yep.
And he can potentially make that up.
Absolutely.
Brendan here, 160.
Yeah, you see a couple of different schools of thought on second attempts. Some coaches and lifters will take it conservative. Others we've seen yesterday would like to lock in a lot heavier second because then they think anything extra I get on the third is a win.
Yep, it's Brucey bonus.
So it can be, different approaches. Well, another excellent bench from Brendan.
He gets that press command quickly because he keeps it perfectly still, and that is what you want. I've noticed with he gets that press command, and it's something you need to practice. You cannot be doing touch and go bench in the gym and expect to come out and be able to do the same weight. Jack now wanting this 160.
And just like his opener and his second, moves very well to the top. Locks in the 160.
Making a 5 kilo jump to 170. We have Fletcher Masters from Portugala. Bars loaded for Fletcher.
We got Fletcher coming in now, 170 on the bar.
Just made a really nice journey to that 170, which I think he has in him. He's gone 157.5, 165, 170. Nice, smooth journey there. Fletcher making me a liar. I'm so sorry. Commentator curse there. I really thought he had it.
Yeah, based on how his second moved, I thought 5 kilos would have been there, but that's okay. He's having a great day so far, 5 from 6, and only leaves a couple of kilos behind there on the platform.
Jedi now has only put 2.5 on, which is interesting when you'll see why we think it's interesting, because the next few lifters who all got that 170 have all then done significantly
Okay.
different jumps. So Jedi with his 172.5.
Well, it's nice and smooth. He locks it in.
A nice safe play,
Yeah, I think so.
there, because at the end of the day, it's about your total.
Attempting a national record at 175.5 kilos, we have Micah.
So Mike was another who had 170 as his second, and he's decided to go 175.5, attempting that national record.
Put our hands together for him when he comes out. Fire's loaded for Micah. Almost unlucky for Micah.
Well,
It just tipped him over the edge,
yeah,
and that is the thing with bench.
absolutely. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you go, wow, maybe even that half kilo to get the
Yep.
national record was just enough to push him over the edge, because it was it moved really well to the sticking point.
It did. Now this leaves the bar open, so to speak, for Liam to take the national record with 180. He is confident, he is strong, he is solid.
Absolutely.
Now, Matt also has 180 down for his next attempt, so let's see what happens.
Okay, and interesting, because if Liam hits this, he will hit it first, which means he will keep the record, even if Matt does successfully get the 180.
Yep, that's right. Often people think it's the person who hits it second or who weighs less, but it is you got past the line, it's all yours. Very nice from Liam. Pretty much a replica of his previous two benches. Very strong bencher.
Oh, and now he pushes it to Matt to come and match. Yep.
Now, Liam's third attempt squat was 250 with Matt on 280. But that is the beauty of powerlifting. You can hold a record.
Nah.
Looking for a very strong subtotal here. Fire's loaded for Matthew Foley-Lewis.
That is surprising.
Yeah, rare miss there for Matthew, but just a little bit too heavy for him today. So he will walk away with a 170 from the bench. Now
Sorry, Chris. We don't do individual medals for different disciplines, but if we were to jack there, he's got the 180. He's got that national record. Now, Matt still squats 30 kilos more than him because he had 250 and Matt had 280. So if we look now at your scoreboard, we're looking at your 69 kilo junior women. And I think in a second, we're going to have a look at your 105 junior men. we can have a look at where people are sitting before they go into their deadlift. And ideally, your squat plan and your bench plan have gone to plan. You've gone 6 for 6, your subtotal is looking fantastic, and you will be sitting pretty into deadlifts where everything can change.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in 8.5 minutes with the deadlifts. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back for deadlifts. First up, we have Tamara with 130 kilos loaded on the bar.
That looked like a smooth opener. Let's see what I reckon. 3 white lights. Welcome back to Armchair Reffing. What we're looking for on deadlift is a nice strong lockout. You don't want any pinching, which is dragging that bar up your legs, and you don't want that bar to go up and down. Amber now, 132.5. Deadlifters don't get a start command, you just get a down command, so you can take your own sweet time. Amber here in what we call conventional deadlift stance.
Sparkly there and a sparkly deadlift.
Nice,
32.5
strong opener
kilos
there.
active for Amber. Next up we have Jess attempting 135 kilos.
You need to get at least one lift on the board for each of the 3 lifts to get a total. Once you get that deadlift first attempt out of the way, your life becomes a lot easier.
Pressure's off, and yeah, look, we don't often see people get disqualified on deadlifts. It is probably the less technical of the lifts, I guess, to get on the board, but you have seen it from time to time where someone, particularly where we might get a wobble at the top of the deadlift, or it's slightly too heavy that they open. So it can happen. And we've got Amber Clifford out here now. Oh, sorry, screen just changed. Jessica with 135.
Really nice
Good opener,
deadlift.
Jessica.
You can see her getting into a really nice, strong start position.
Opening with
Wedges in,
137
stands up, puts it down. It's really not that complicated, but also it really is.
Yeah, absolutely. So you build a lot of tension in the hamstrings, the posterior chain on the way down, and spring back up at the bottom.
Joyce now, 137.5. Really held her own in bench.
One on Joyce and 3 white lights. Maddie up next.
Some good choices here for openers.
Opening with 140 kilos.
140, coming onto the bar now. We're just waiting for our screen to change because we've just had Joyce.
Bar is loaded for
There
Maddie.
we go. Maddie coming onto the platform. 140. Surprise, surprise. The girl's a deadlifter.
Yeah, that was impressive. No mucking around, straight in, just grips and rips.
142.5 kilos for her open deadlift. Bar is loaded for Caitlin.
Caitlin now, 142.5. Some nice, solid looking openers for our 69 junior women.
Beautiful deadlift for Caitlin.
Nice and smooth there for Caitlin.
She'll be pleased to get a lift on the board.
Up next, 145 kilos on the bar.
Here comes Alyssa. I always want to know what they're listening to when I see them waiting at the side of the platform. Is it hardstyle? Little bit of Mariah Carey, who knows? Here she comes. This is 145. Very nice lift there.
Yeah, very strong. See this wedge, patience, boom, pops to the top.
If you're new to watching powerlifting, you have noticed there's two different stances people are lifting in. That one she just lifted in school sumo. People like to say sumo is cheating. Personally, I think it's a lot more of a technical lift. You're a lot slower coming off the floor. And you're just not so much of a grip it and rip it and hope for the best.
Yep. Yeah, sumo a lot more technical than conventional when we get to the top end. You can tend to muscle out of conventional a lot easier, whereas sumo is unforgiving.
Here comes Holly. Same weight on the bar, 145. Got a lovely close-up of your coach Jacob there.
He knows the camera's there now, so he's trying
Best
to get up there.
eyebrows in the business. Don't tell him I said that. Very nice. And also what you'll see there, again, it's still sumo, but her stance is a little narrower than, say, what we saw for Alyssa, which you can actually call froggy sumo.
Mm-hmm.
I only tried sumo once, and it was froggy sumo, and the bruises on my thighs told me to never do it again. Deadlift is my favourite. I'm a conventional lifter. Now, got Naya waiting to come on to the platform. Naya currently sitting with her subtotal at 254, with Maybell just behind her, 251.
Bar is loaded for Naya.
Maya opening at 145. Lincoln, you missed that. Beautiful.
Made
I have
very easy work with that.
very little to say about it. She really has been a beautiful lifter to watch, and I'm not talking about physical appearance. I'm talking about every single lift she does has been technically perfect and very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. She's done really well today.
If you want to keep up with the scores, you can see there's a little live score QR code on the side. Ruby now, our sub-junior lifter, opening with a very impressive 155. And there you go. Beautiful. Deadlift being the lift where you can really take quite nice big jumps.
Yep.
So she might be starting at 155, but she might be aiming for potentially 170 plus.
Yeah, around the 170 plus mark, I would say.
Maybe even more. Yishang now. 155. The spotter nodding in approval there.
Nice ball there. Very well liked. Well done.
Very nicely done.
Hazel Otway up next. Also attempting 155 kilos for her first deadlift attempt.
So we're coming to the end of this group. We've got 3 lifters left to go. She's sitting here with the 3rd heaviest opener, 155.
Bars loaded for Aislinn.
Aislinn's had a great day so far, been really strong in the other 2 disciplines.
He dropped 1 lift.
Starting
Very
with
impressive.
and starting with a big 155.
And an easy 155, can I say?
Nice.
Absolutely.
Yes, I could say that because it's 3 white lights.
155 locked in. Also attempting 155, we have Maria up next.
Maria now.
Bars loaded for Maria.
The screaming in the audience has already started. 155.
Beautiful attempt there, Maria. That's 3 white lights. Good lift.
So we've had those last 3 or 4 lifters all lift within, 5 to 10 kilos of each other. Now out comes Maybell with a 170 kilo attempt, which is a national record attempt.
Yeah, that's a massive opener.
And this is where being a deadlift specialist is really quite key, because that will put her
Bars loaded for May.
quite a few kilos ahead. Because she's currently sitting second, 251.
Very speedy. Just catches the wobble at the top. Sometimes when it moves that fast in sumo, you can rock forward and the bar dips. May does well to catch it though.
That is something that's quite tricky when you are looking at deadlift, especially when you're looking at a sumo deadlift. Was it the lockout, or did the bar actually dip? Did the shoulders go forward? We've moved on to our second round of deadlifts, speeding through 137.5. Jay and Will, strength coaches there from the Strength Syndicate. Slow off the floor, as you expect in quite a lot of, most sumo lifts.
Yep.
But 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. Where you'll see conventional start to slow down around the knee, typically, sumo tends to be hardest off the floor. And so you may see lifters grind without the bar moving for, up to a second or 2 before it ever leaves the ground. And that's quite normal.
You wonder what's happening, to be honest. Can you get on with it, please? Amber with 140. So a 7.5 kilo jump. Another lifter having a fantastic day. For a lot of these lifters, it's their first or second year of lifting. It's their first nationals. Having a good day, going 9-9, getting personal bests. That's what it's about.
Held that one well at the top. One on Amber, that's 140 locked in.
That's a good lift.
If you're wanting sparkles like Amber, please see Tiggy.
Yeah, great looking second. I think she's got a little bit more in the tank for the third.
Jessica taking a 10 kilo jump, which is a pretty standard, really, for deadlifts and in this weight class. Very nice.
Convincing call there, Jess.
Great looking second. Again, she's a really controlled lifter. Takes time to build tension down to the bar. The approving nod from her coach Beth on the side.
That experience just shining through there.
Bars loaded for Joyce.
Joyce coming out now. 147.5. Potentially a little bit more
Three
effort
white lines, well done, Joyce.
than her first, but still just
Also taking 127.5.
very solid. Nicely chosen second, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a little bit more in the tank for her third. Should be good to see.
Bars loaded for Kate.
Caitlin now, 147.5. Now what you'll see is some lifters adjusting their belts on the platform, which is fine. Other things like wrist straps we're not aware of too. Gets in,
Very nice.
gets it done. 3 white lights. Not a fancy setup, but very controlled lift.
Jenkins up next.
Yeah, there's a little bit of work for her, but definitely a great second attempt.
I agree. Seconds aren't supposed to be easy.
Yeah, no, that's right. All right, we've got Maddie coming out now.
150.
And wow, she has plenty left in the tank for her third.
3 white lines, well done, Maddie.
Very close together stance. Just
Alyssa.
No nonsense.
so picks it up. That's it.
You'll notice she holds her back position quite really well. She doesn't lose much off the floor, which then makes lockout so much easier.
Excited to see more of Maddie in the future.
Absolutely.
There's something. Sometimes there's just something about a lifter. I couldn't tell you what it is, but there is something. Alyssa now. 155. Easy work there for Alyssa. 3 white lights.
Also attempting 155 kilos, we have Holly Hunt.
I feel every lifter has a favourite
Bars loaded
lift,
for Holly.
Yep.
and I think that shines through, especially on deadlifts. People just wake
Absolutely.
up. Holly now, same weight.
Does well. Looked all right from here. She resisted the urge for her thighs to come under the bar.
You really have to have patience at that point, because all you want to do is get that bar up, and you really just want to put your hips forward. But if you do it too early, you're going to do what's called hitching, and then the bar is going to, it's going to be a no lift.
Yeah, and you may be familiar if you've watched strongman before with hitching. It's completely legal in the sport of strongman to support the bar with the thighs on the way up, but under the IPF rules, very strict on no supporting on the thighs.
Absolutely.
Bars loaded for Naya.
Maya now, continuing her fabulous day with 157.5. Lots of support in the room here for local girl Naya. 3 white lights. Someone yelling, just a bar. And I honestly think that is the best advice you can give someone. It's just a bar. It's just another lift. Just pick it up.
That's it. It's all about that muscle memory you know, when you're starting to get up in these weights, you need to have practiced it, and whether it's just the bar or whether it's 170 kilos, you need to treat it the same.
Yishang now. 162.5. Really lovely.
Very convincing deadlift there. That's 3 white lines.
A little sticking point just above the knee, but she grinds through and gets the lockout.
Got to get those hips through.
Yeah, strong attempt. Strong second attempt for Yushan.
This is a national record attempt.
So Ruby now. 165. Remembering she is a sub-junior.
Got it for Ruby.
Because we've had Maybell take the junior. Ruby attempting the sub-junior. A little bit harder work for her than the first, but she got it. And she got it. 3 white lights. Beautiful. First competition, but
Yeah.
at this level, solid lifter.
Absolutely. And she's got a room for, you know, they'll chuck 2.5 to 5 on for a third and see if it's there. Just lost that little bit of back position off the floor, which can make that lockout so much harder. But she got there. Great work. And here comes Ainsling now. She's jumped up 12.5 to 167.5.
Very nice. Now, Chris, do you feel with that jump, she's making the journey to 3 red plates?
She within 7? Yeah, I think she is pacing for 175. Absolutely.
Because, again, we talk about powerlifting milestones.
Yeah.
And that is one.
3 reds on deadlift is absolutely a milestone.
And especially for a 69
Yep.
junior lifter. Moving on to Maria. 167.5. And the crowd goes wild. 3 white lights. Now, if you're wondering at home why our lifters look like they've been attacked by someone in a bakery, that is talcum powder. And the idea is it makes it easier to that bar to go up the leg. Chalk and talcum powder are the 2 pillars of powerlifters
Absolutely.
at Arsenal here.
And you do not want to get the 2 mixed up because that would be devastating.
That is a bad time. Maybell now.
182.5 loaded for Maybell. Big 12.5 kilo jump.
She is indeed good for it. 3 white lights.
Yeah. Textbook.
Choice there, going 182.5 as opposed to maybe a 183.
All right, now we're back through the
Now, if you're wondering why we're saying that, it's because when you have an odd number, if someone then wants to challenge you for that, they're going to have to go up to the next 2.5 increment.
Let's give our lifters some support as they come.
Tamara now, we have sped through these deadlifts and we are sitting at 3rd attempts.
We've got Tamara pulling 140.
Yeah, we're absolutely flying. Thirds will take a little bit longer because as you're going to see here, we clean the bar between each and every attempt. Just to make sure there is no talcum powder and to remove some of the chalk from previous lifters.
Just to really get the money's worth out of our spotters and loaders. Everyone here is a volunteer,
Bar is loaded.
basically working for pizza and t-shirts and the love of the sport.
Not today.
Unfortunately, not quite there today. Tomorrow.
Now, Tamara going around and giving
Next up, we have
Judge a little fist
5
bump,
kilo jump,
which is not required, but I will say it's quite nice, even though they are sticky, sweaty, and full of chalk. Fist bumps are much preferable to a handshake. But personally, I quite like it.
I do as well, but often I'm pumped after my third deadlift and I completely forget until I'm way out the back, and then I'm like, oh, I didn't go and thank the refs.
I don't think I've done it a time in my life, but after the third, I'm so pleased it's over and I want to eat. Amber now, 145. Just coming to the end of their powerlifting day.
Head ref just not quite happy with the level of clean on that bar. So asked for it to re-clean.
Bar is loaded for Amber.
Amber and her glitter taken to the platform. Okay, we got there. Did we go up and down?
Unfortunately, no lift for Amber.
Unfortunately, it's a no lift. She's had a fantastic day, though. She's
Absolutely.
8 for 9.
Yeah, just her knees just locked really hard a little bit early, and it just tipped her forward slightly, so we got a little bit of dip in the bar.
We would call that a gym PB because it might
Oh,
not
absolutely.
be quite up to national referee standards, but you got it up.
Yep.
Feeling the bar now?
Yeah, strength clearly there. So
Really, just a nice, solid looking lifter. Had a great day. Jessica coming onto the platform. 150 on the bar. She stayed with it, took her time,
Fantastic pull.
and she's
That
rewarded
is a
with
good lift.
2 to
Well
1
done.
white lights. Potentially a little downward movement seen by the chief ref.
I think he's got a red card there, so maybe
Has
he's
he?
seen some knees or.
I thought I saw blue. I
Next up, we
don't
have
know.
Joyce.
Look,
Jumping 5 kilos.
at the end
Anyway,
of the day,
doesn't matter. She got 2 to 1.
she got 2 to 1,
Good
and
lift.
a red light is a red light. Joyce now.
Bar is loaded for Joyce.
152.5 for Joyce. Another one of those lifters who's just had a really good, solid day. Let's see what those pesky referees think.
Great pull by Joyce.
2 to 1.
That is a good lift.
That's given Joyce a 9 for 9 day.
Wow.
We've got Caitlin up next.
Great work from Joyce.
And if you're wondering what we mean by 9 for 9, it means there's 9 lifts, and you got all of them. Personally, I quite like 8 for 9 because, you know, have some fun on your final deadlift. Who cares if you get it or not?
Well, I think it's awesome if you get that 9 from 9, and the last is a grind. You know you left no kilos on the platform. That's amazing.
Caitlin now, 155. She really stuck with that.
Absolutely.
and rewarded with 3 white lights. Just lovely. I think we also can't forget that powerlifting is supposed to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't love it and it's not fun, don't do it.
No, it's too much hard work if you're not loving it. So she's done excellent there, and you see pulled her into a little bit of spinal flexion there off the floor, but she's done really well. Stuck with it, locked it out.
Humans are very flexible. You know, a little bit of people do tend to get their knickers in a twist about a round back in a deadlift. Please don't.
No, exactly.
Maddie now. 160.
Wow.
There we go. Beautiful. I told you to deadlift her.
And she's an exciting deadlifter to watch. That just
Yeah, magic.
smacks it. Just
She is
runs in,
magic.
boom.
Another one of, I guess, good feeling about her. Another one of my one to watch is you
Yeah.
just give her some time.
Definitely.
Just, you know, sort out the other 2 lifts. That's the thing. It's great being really good at one lift and you really like it, so you make that lift really good. Really nice day for Maddie there. Great ending. Holly now, 162.5.
Fire loaded for Holly.
She tried so hard.
Great fun, but unfortunately not
Um,
there today.
Obviously didn't get it, but look at the grit there. She was not letting go of that
She
lift.
gave it absolutely everything, and
Great example there. Thank you so much, Holly, of going 8 for 9.
yeah, great day out for Holly.
It's
And-
her first nationals. We're
yeah.
going to see her again.
Absolutely.
I hope.
I would say so. And that one of the pitfalls of sumo can get trapped on the thighs like that, as your hands start to come up over the thighs.
You've got nowhere to go.
Got nowhere to go,
Stuck.
and as much as
She
she gave it everything.
She really stuck it out, and I was screaming for her on the inside. No one needs to hear me scream on the microphone. Alyssa now, 167.5.
Fire is loaded for Alyssa.
Oh wow! And you'll see here the patience is required for sumo off the floor, and she breaks it eventually, starts to move, and unfortunately just got that little dip.
She
Wow.
knew as soon as it dipped, she was done. She really stuck with it, cheered on by her coaching team at Titan Performance there.
Yeah, once it broke the floor, the crowd just erupted.
We were all rooting for her.
Okay, Naya now. She's been getting hyped over on the side. 167.5.
This keeps her at second. Now, a little bit heartbreaking
Fortunately,
because we got to the top and then we had downward movement. Potsy sees it instantly.
Yeah.
Head in hands. Sometimes you can style it out and the referees don't notice, but that was quite that was quite obvious. But she has gone 8-9 on her first nationals.
And probably a massive gym PB there on that deadlift as well, right?
Absolutely. You are going to see her again.
Yeah, bright future.
I'm telling you, no keep. Another one of you're going to see her again. Ruby. 170. Not quite 3 reds, but close. And
Very close.
She's going to have those 3. Please remember how young this lifter is.
Absolutely.
Okay? So strong. So close. Just could not get her kick through.
Close.
You're going to see it now.
Wow. She just edged it closer. I thought she had it.
And then starts to lose it on the left hand.
Yeah.
But for such a young lifter and hasn't been in competition for that long, she really stuck with it. She did not give up. She stuck with that lift. Again, a beautiful day.
Yeah, she's been amazing to watch.
To be honest, I think I've really enjoyed this group of lifters. I think there's so many of them who I hope carry on
Absolutely.
and doing themselves and powerlifting proud. Not to show my great age, but powerlifting just was not a thing for me at this age. It just was never an option. You did cardio and you did aerobics. To see people lifting heavy, both male and female, I think it's fantastic. Let's share now. 170. There you go. Stuck with it for 3 white lights, and she is overjoyed.
Big pull for you, Sean.
9 for 9 day there.
Yeah, that's an amazing result.
Next up, we have Aiden Otway. She is taking a 10-kilo jump to 5 kilos.
Now, I just like being wrong. I thought she was going to go 175.
Yeah.
But she's gone 177.5. I wonder if we are trying to podium, whether it's a PD.
This will pull her into third. Whether that's temporarily or not sure, but she's going to go for it anyway.
Little dark horse of the session.
She's looked strong all day.
So far, she's on drop on lift. Let's go. Come on.
Wow.
She knew she had that. The confidence. One of our fabulous volunteers here.
3 white lights. Well done.
Beautiful.
She sticks with it, grinds through that sticking point. Great looking lift.
Maria up next. Also
Really good.
177.5 kilos.
Now, what this has done is forced Mariah to hit this to get back to third position.
Ah, okay. So Maria needs this to stay in third.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Righty bar is loaded for Maria.
She gave it everything she had. She should be really proud of herself. But unfortunately, that is a no lift.
Yeah, just got hung up at the knee there, but stuck with it for quite a while.
She's still full of smiles. She knows that she gave everything she could. Now we're looking at Maybell, 190.5.
Wow.
That's amazing. for a 69 kilo lifter. So we've got Maybell in first place, and she'll stay in first place. And then Naya in second, which is where Naya was nominated. And then our little surprise podium place in Asen. I'm suspecting not a surprise for her coaches or anyone who's seen her training.
Sure, it was the plan.
Great effort by Maria there as well.
Bars loaded for May.
Absolute chaos in the room now. People cheering her on. That is 2-1, a good lift, a 9 for 9 day, and that is your 69 kilo junior women's champion.
She made that look pretty light, to be honest.
She really did. And I'm pretty sure that's booked her ticket to Junior Worlds in Malta this year.
Should do. I think that would be above the qualifying total. It's quite a good total, so I'd say she's locked that in.
That was a fantastic group of lifting.
Yeah, great session.
Now we've got to calm ourselves down because we've got the 105 juniors. So stay with us.
Yeah, and I'm going to say we're going to see some monster deadlifts come out here in this session.
Not going to lie, as I've said before, deadlifts are my favorite. Big deadlifts. Fantastic. There's always a bit of a lull in between sessions. Or between groups, I should say. Potentially we're just having some technical issues. I think we've switched over to manual reffing, which is where you stick a piece of paper in the air. Plain white for a good lift, and then you'll see the coloured cards potentially at the side of your screen.
Bar is loaded for Alex.
And the bar is loaded for Alex. 217.5.
Alex is in our sub-junior category.
And there you go.
Very convincing for Alex there.
Quite a solid descent.
Through white lights, well done, Alex.
We're just waiting for the bar to be ready for next lifter.
Yeah.
Now,
next up we have Macho.
we are having issues with the technical light, so things are moving slightly slower. Now, Macho is next. So, okay, now the lifter on the screen is matching the lifter whose turn it is. Just getting himself ready. Now he's up, but I don't know that he's locked out, and he also needs to pull his socks up.
Nice deadlift there.
Just waiting to see the lights on that one. I did agree that probably the shoulders need to be back a little bit more.
This is where it comes down to angles, because we are beautifully positioned. We
Yeah.
are side on. Your referees are slightly more to the front, which means you might not. It might look like it's locked out from the front, but it doesn't look out like it doesn't look like it's locked out from the side. But it does say in the rule book As a ref, you can sit where you want to. So you want to sit side on? Right. You
Yep.
want to sit at the front? Sit there. Ryan now. 220.
Yeah, of course, you come too far to the side, then you can't really see the knees, and so it's a balancing act of trying to get that good viewpoint.
Chair gymnastics, Chris. Chair gymnastics.
Okay. Good lift there from Ryan.
Ryan trying to put the deadlift through the floor.
Yeah, head ref just had a word to him there about just making sure he controls it into the ground.
Now we're on the first floor, so goodness knows what the poor diners downstairs in the RSL's lovely. Quite a lot of thumping. I'm a spiny now, 240.
And it's one of those rules that's open to interpretation. You don't need to tempo it down, but you do need to have control. And what control means is different, a little bit different from ref to ref.
Absolutely.
Obviously, hands have to stay on the bar at all
Yep.
times, but you also can't just free drop the bar with, just because your hands are on it. So you do need some level of control.
Bouncing. You need to get on top of that.
Thomas here, 240 on the bar.
So focused. Oh yeah, there
wow.
we go. Built like a deadlifter. Is a deadlifter. Lovely.
Yeah, no nonsense.
He's never timing out, is he?
No, I don't think you'll have a problem.
Just a really solid lifter. Just one of those lifters you think, okay, great, off you go. 250 now for Brendan.
Bar is loaded for Brendan. Very easy looking opener.
Good opener there for Brendan.
Building that total.
Benjamin now attempting 255 kilos.
I will say, in case anyone thinks we're being mean to people about timing the deadlift bar down, the floor is quite springy.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think helps.
We've got plenty of rubber under there, so.
255. Platform building is an art. Now I'm interested to see what refs think.
Very easy looking deadlift there. That's 3 white lines.
3 whites.
We have Jack Sullivan up next, attempting 260 kilos.
Just a textbook conventional lift. We're sitting here quietly because we don't really have much to say.
Yeah, it does really well here. Now comes
His mate.
his training partner, Jack, 260.
Now they both have the same coach. They're of similar build. They're in the same weight class, and they just, to me, visually, they just move.
Yeah,
So similarly.
absolutely. Very good example of very nice conventional deadlifting from both Ben and Jack.
Yep. Very tall for 105s. I think potentially as they grow older, they might fill out 105s and pop up to 120s.
Yep.
Mike now. 160. Apologies, 260. Another great example of a conventional deadlift.
Yeah, very easy work of that one.
And the confidence as well. Just comes up, lift it, and that is what you need. We keep saying it. It's what you need in an opener. You've got to be able to get it on the board, give yourself that, okay, cool, that moved. Brilliant. Let's do the next one. Scott now. 265.
Scott just pulling up the... Oh, that's Scott there. Out he comes.
Now, Scott's had a bit of a sticky day, but I think deadlifts might be his lift. That was really nice.
He does well there. Gets such a tall guy, he gets himself in a really nice compact position at the start of that deadlift.
Fletcher now. Best mullet on the platform. 265. Ooh. Now, a variation of a froggy deadlift there, with his arms slightly wider. Quite unusual, but obviously works for him.
Yeah, it's a very narrow sumo, or maybe it's a wide conventional, but
It's a something.
it's an in the middle. And again, you just adapt. You find the position you feel the strongest in.
Absolutely. It's legal and it works. Liam now. 275. Liam really putting his money where his mouth is. He was sitting 6 for 6 going into this, and he's nailed his first attempt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't know if he's a podium contender, but he is just quietly building that total.
Yeah, we'll start to see after we get through this round.
Yep, Jedi now. $285.
So I think Jedi currently in 3rd place. Wow.
Again, very tall, but beautiful conventional lifter. Have a look here. Doesn't particularly wedge in, but just a bit more of a grip and a rip. But if it works for you.
Exactly.
Matthew now. Matthew's starting at 295, which is a statement in itself. We're going to see a lift that is over 300 kilos.
Absolutely.
In this session for sure. Potentially more than one. You know how we keep calling him a technician? There it is.
I think he's just a great powerlifter. Fantastic attempt, Matthew.
You are the sumo expert sitting at this table today, Chris. But just
I know nothing about sumo, but but that was an excellent example. You see, he just wedges into a really nice back position, and it just springs up off the floor.
he's also hook gripping.
Yes.
And if you look at their, and if you're sitting at home going, what is that? Let's just say it's death to your fingers. You've got your thumb kind of wrapped around the knurling, 295 hanging off your thumb and some fingers there. But, it's whatever works for you. We have flown through those first attempts. We're back to second. Well, we're at seconds. Apologies. Back to Alex. 230.
Legs ready?
All the way through there. And that's a good lift. Bit more of a struggle, I think, for him. I don't know how much more we've got there.
Yeah, definitely jump up in difficulty from his opener, but come to the deadlift, anything can happen. Macho up now.
Now he rocked forward at the top, but depends on whether the ref saw it or not. There you go, one of them saw it.
And he did a better job.
It's about the angles.
He did a better job that time of getting the shoulders back. So
yes, he did.
You see definitely the shoulders get back behind the body that time. So great work, Marcho. Gets it 2-1.
I cannot stress enough that we are just armchair reffing here. Our opinions do not count. I hope you are armchair reffing with us at home. Ryan there, getting to the correct point of the song.
To get to the drop.
DC5. There he goes again. Ryan is a really nice lifter to watch because he looks like he is enjoying himself.
Yeah. Yeah, great work there from Ryan. He adjusted the control on the way down. Like he got the warning from the ref on the first one. So a lot better that time, right?
I spoke to him in the warm-up room as I speak to all the athletes before the session, and he said he's just here for a good time. Doesn't have a shot at the podium, but just here to lift, which is fantastic. Brendan now.
Yeah, get that experience at the national level is essential.
2.6, 2.5. You can't really put a price on the national and international level experience. Really solid deadlifter. I'm enjoying his deadlift. It's just convincing and strong.
Somebody up next with a 267.5 kilo attempt.
Come now.
A big jump here to 27.5 kilo jump. Again, not uncommon in deadlifts, particularly in these higher weight classes.
Yep. It's unusual to see it in the lower weight classes, but you get these are 105 lifters. 105, 120s, 120 pluses. You're going to see those big 25, 30 plus. Now he just comes on, picks it up, puts it down. A little harder this time.
Definitely. High energy lifter though. Great to watch.
Every lifter lifts from a different point of energy. Some of them, there's head smacking, back smacking. They're all over the show, and that's what they need. And other lifters need to be much more controlled and hold it in. But and that is why we're saying experience matters, because then you know yourself. Then now, 2.75. Those beautiful 3 reds. On the bar.
5 reds?
4, 5 reds, Chris? I can't. Don't ask me to count. Apologies.
I've never had to count that many reds before, so my math doesn't go that high.
Yeah. Look, the lockout is soft, and potentially there was an up and down.
Yeah, so head ref seen an up and down by the looks, and one of the side refs saw some soft lockout.
The first one, I think, was... I don't think that it looks any different from the first, but, Fletcher now. 280. Beautiful with his conventional and sumo had a baby deadlift position. It really works for him though. Look how strong he is there.
Great back position.
Just
one smooth movement all the way to lockout.
a solid 20 kilo jump. 280. I suspect. But let's see what this looks like. I wonder if we're heading to 300. Now let's see what our refs think, because again, it's all about the angle. And that's 3 white lights.
Yeah, it looks like okay there on the replay, but he definitely got rocked forward on the toes just a little bit at the top.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. He did say in the back that he was hoping to, load 300, just because I don't know that his coach is on board for that. But we'll see. Scott now, 282.5. The didn't get his hips through. I'm very much enjoying a replay.
That's a good lift.
2 to 1 a good lift. When you're reffing, you don't get replays. You just either give the benefit of the doubt, or it's really convincing,
So
or
you've
it's
got a split second.
yeah.
25 kilos.
Micah now.
With a 285 kilo pull.
Now, we've said it this whole session. Deadlift specialists. Crocs hiding in a creek. Because if he gets this, or when he gets this, let's be positive, it'll pull him 5th to 2nd. Don't know how long he'll be there for. Often if their second is around that 285, I wonder often if they're going to try and hit that 300. 300 is a massive deadlift.
Absolutely.
And it's a milestone. You just really want to hit it. Okay, I really want him to load 300, please.
Well, he hasn't slowed yet, so it's got to be in the ballpark.
All he's dropped is his third bench. I think it's there. And if it's not there, I would still like him to just have a crack at it. Now, Liam, I did wonder. 275
300.
to 300. Now, for a lifter of this size, 25 is not that big a jump. Not really. It's a jump.
Well,
but
percentage
it's
of body weight. Yep.
Exactly. It's durable. He knows what he's capable of. Now he's stuck with it. I don't know if you could just see how we just lost it on the right hand side. How?
So he just it slips into his fingertips, but he manages to
He does hold it. Actually, no.
hold it. Yeah.
Maybe I take it back. It's up.
Just holds onto it long enough just to get the shoulders just a little bit further through. So good lift. Gets the 300 on the board.
And I want to say that was a record. And now this is a record to take it off him. So this is 303.
Yep. Absolutely. Here comes Jedi.
And there you go. Let's see.
Beautiful second attempt again. And the national
3 white lights.
is Jedi's hands.
Undeniable national record holder.
Yeah, and might have a little bit left in the tank to push it a little bit further on his third.
He's not messing around.
No.
Really.
350
Deadlift is his lift. So
Absolutely.
he's gaining every kilo he can there.
He is a long person.
He is very long. Now, Matthew, staying in first.
And pushing that record all the way up to 315 if successful.
The fight really here today is for those second and third places. Matt looking super strong out in first. Solid looking
Very
second, a good looking second, and that record is now his, 315.
Yeah, I mean,
Gets the down command quite fast actually, because it looked quite convincing.
Yep,
Looked
absolutely.
Out. Now we're speeding through to third attempt.
And put a lot of work into this. We have Alex Williams up first, attempting 235 kilos.
Alex in our sub-junior category.
Yeah.
Let's make some noise for these lifters when they come out.
So this will, pretty sure, secure him second in the sub-junior.
Just the 2 lifters in our sub-junior category today. Hopefully, moving forward, we can increase our number of sub-junior lifters.
Yeah, numbers are definitely on the rise.
Absolutely. Fantastic to see.
Well, that was pure brute strength.
And also, it is a good lift.
3 white lights.
And he leapt off the platform.
He just brute strength through that the
Yes,
entire
he
way
did.
up. There was no way he wasn't getting it.
Sometimes technique gets a little, let's say, loose on the third attempt, but he got it up. And convincingly.
Absolutely.
He's had a good day. This is his first Nats. Let him at it.
Here comes Ryan now, getting hyped on the side. He's loaded 240 for his third.
Clearly living out his rap dreams.
You see, it tells the coach, yep, it's okay to take him.
Let's go. A little bit more enthusiasm from the crowd. Okay, we got up.
And he did well.
And we got 3 white lights.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the spotter standing behind him, screaming up, because at this point, every little helps.
5 kilo jump to make a 242.
Yeah, it does amazing there to stick with that one.
Even if you don't know what to scream at a powerlifting comp, you're pretty safe with up, lock it out, and maybe one more. I'm not quite. Where would you go? Sink it.
Hips. Well, yeah, on the squat, definitely. Definitely want to sink it, yep.
2 point. Sorry. 2,
5 letter
2, 4, 2.5.
For Macho here.
Now, the ref was leaving him at the top to see if he would lock it out properly. Which is why, well, I am guessing, actually.
Yeah, no,
See
definitely just not
He was
quite locked out.
waiting for that lockout.
So
Super
close.
close.
Yeah, centimeters away from just being able to lock that one out. So that's amazing. It was a reasonable sized jump from his second, which was a lot of work as well. And so he's done amazing to get that so close to lockout. Great day out for Marjo. Great to see him come all the way from the Roo to compete with us here today in Newcastle.
Brendan now with lots of reds.
5 letter for Brendan.
275. Again, another powerlifting milestone lift. Really nice.
Yeah, that looks
Really
good.
nice deadlifter.
Very convincing total for Brendan today. 275 kilos. That's 3 light lights for you.
All 3 of his lifts, deadlifts looked about the same.
Mhm.
Fast off the floor, hits a little sticking point on the quads, but he's plenty strong enough to be able to pull through it, get the hips through, and he sells that lockout by really getting those shoulders back at the top.
He is undeniable.
Absolutely.
Convincing. That's just what you want to see. If you're armchair refereeing with me at home, this is what you want. Now we've got Ben.
5 letter for Ben.
He's gone 285. Didn't get a second. He looks really focused.
Wow.
Fight of his life.
Now,
Look at his coach.
See what? Yeah, unfortunately, a little dip there on the way up, but
That's
you
a gym
lock that
PB.
in as a gym PB, absolutely, because that grind was amazing.
I was internally screaming hips.
Yep. Wow.
287.5 for a sub-junior 105 kilo lifter. Sub-junior. Let that sink in, please.
Even further with this lift.
It's a 20 kilo jump. This will take him to a 617.5 total, if my math is correct.
I've
Just
been really,
huge.
just been really impressed with both our sub-junior.
Yeah,
lifters in this
absolutely.
class. Both of them are just want to see them again. Hope they keep lifting. Just great.
Unfortunately, not quite today.
Not quite today, but also why not?
He's exciting to watch.
He's another one of my something about him and his way he just comes out deadlifts. I hate the word intensity, but he's
Yeah.
just that.
Fletcher Masters.
Fletcher now. I'm super confused because the screen says 200. Now remember, the first rule is the bar does not go backwards.
Yes.
So I suspect there's a typo.
There we go. Fixed up now.
100. Oh, hang on. Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Next up, we have Jack Solomon attempting 292.5.
So yeah, sorry, small typo there from the tech desk, which is now thrown the order out slightly. So we'll just go back down to 292.5 now for Jack.
But it's a weirdly timed
Yeah.
typo. Maybe it was an attempt change.
Yes, it must have been an attempt change, yes.
Getting hyped up, going on and being told to go off. It's not great, but you
No.
have to deal with it. Shake it off.
Yeah, head ref unhappy with how clean the bar was then, unfortunately. That's
His
all right.
platform, his rules, his house. Jack really focused for this lift. 292.5. And I think it's a good lift. There we go. Great lift there.
Jack
Good day for Ben and Jack, our gym bros.
Yep, they've had a great day.
I think the beauty of powerlifting is that, yes, you are competing against each other, but people support each other
Oh, absolutely.
the whole way through. And I really like that about this sport. Now, Micah?
This pull will move him from 4th
295
to 2nd place. For a
Yeah, look, I think this is where it gets interesting because, I think this is a strategic play to try and place him on the podium at the end of the day. He could probably go heavier, but it would be a risk, and he could
Absolutely.
risk not finishing on the podium.
If he gets this, he goes 4th to 2nd. 285 moved. That is heartbreaking.
almost got it.
Heartbreaking, but he still takes the time to thank the refs, as did a couple of videos before, off.
He's fractions of seconds away from locking that out and getting the down command, and grip just fails him, unfortunately. But he was amazing to watch today.
He has had such a good day, and he is just, end of the day, these are juniors.
Yeah.
You will see them lift again.
Absolutely.
There's just, yeah, it's heartbreaking. We all feel it, especially, it doesn't matter whether you're in the audience or spotting or reffing. You definitely feel for them because he got it up. We're going to call it a gym PB. Now, Scott now. Attempting 300.
Fortunate there.
So close, but couldn't get hips through.
Unhappy there, Scott.
And that real tempting to start to hitch, and then
We have
I don't think it'll be too long before he gets it, and I suspect 300 might be something he's hit previously, because he looked super confident with it. We're keeping 300 kilos on the bar, which I'm not surprised about because, like I said, if you're sitting around 275, 280, 285, potentially 300. Now, Fletcher is pulling for a podium position. This will take him fifth to third. I don't know if you can hear the chanting in the room right now. He's a very popular lifter. He's a local boy, volunteered at Opens.
Yeah.
He is a good egg with a fantastic mullet.
Spent a lot of time helping you set up at Opens.
Yep. I wish him all the best
Over.
for this lift.
He's looking focused. Bar getting rolled in a position.
So what's happening now? I suspect there was blood on the bar. We've had a couple of people drop and potentially have ripped calluses, which is one of the most painful injuries you can do as a powerlifter, actually. My top tip would be liquid chalk and then normal chalk over it. So we just have to clean the bar. So we're losing a little bit of momentum in the room, but I suspect
it'll come back.
Here we go. Fletcher himself looking really focused. Unfortunately, not today. He gave it a crack.
Unfortunately,
Shaking the ref's hands. Just looking forward to seeing how he develops as a lifter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a good all-rounder. He's had a good day.
And crazy how tight this field is. I mean, a lot of these last deadlifts are like from fifth to second, from fifth to third. Everyone is in a very close pack.
Jedi here.
Next, attempting
It's gonna
secure
stay
in second
at
place
second.
with a 312.5 kilo pull.
We've got Jedi, Liam, and then Matthew left to lift. So potentially the podium is looking Matthew, Jedi, Liam. Unless Liam can try for second.
Yeah. Liam currently sitting in. Well, he is forecast into second with his next deadlift.
I did wonder. He did tell me no one was going to see him coming. This is a man true to his word so far. Liam yet to drop a lift. I would have said he had maybe more.
Yeah.
I think this man can't deadlift currently. Look at him. Beautiful.
He had a bit more in the tank. That's for certain.
But it's ifs and buts, right?
Absolutely.
You just don't know. You can look it back and go, oh, I could have lifted more. But then you never know. Now, Liam, attempting the national... No, he's not. He's not attempting a national record.
No. Already set at 3:15.
Yeah.
By
okay,
Matthew.
Apologies.
Last minute change. We have Liam Johnson attempting a 312.5 kilo deadlift.
I think there was an attempt change.
Second place here.
So he's pulled this third down because he doesn't need it. So if he gets this, he's going to go into second.
Into second, absolutely.
Because you only need to pull what you need to pull.
Yeah, I think Matthew significantly out in front, so
Yep.
there was no need for Liam to load anything more than he needed to lock in second.
Bar is loaded for Liam.
You don't need to PB. Well, this probably is a PB, but you don't need to play. You do not need to PB. You need to get what you need to get your toe on that podium. Here he comes. moving. Oh, so close. Now that he's still on the podium.
Yeah, he'll finish in third.
Finishes in third.
Unfortunately, not today for Liam as he finishes in third.
Great day. I think that was the only lift he's missed all day, from memory.
Yes, it is. He's gone 8-9. He said
Matt Foley-Lewis
at the end of the day, he said to watch out for him. Here he is. There, lifted to watch. Really solid.
Absolutely.
Really impressed with his focus.
Mm-hmm.
Every single lift really dialed in.
Speaking of focused and every single lift being dialed in, we have Matthew up next.
What a surprise.
Now, he's added another 20 kilo jump, which, if successful, will take his total to 785, which, to be honest, based on forecast, would almost be enough to win the next weight class up, based on what the 120s have submitted.
He's such an impressive lifter, and he's actually only 21, so he has a little time left
Wow.
here as a junior. He's going to have the others biting his toes, but here he goes now. Now he's stuck with it. But my fellow armchair refs,
Did roll together.
I suspect you saw the up and down.
Definitely some up and down, and hip's not quite through at the top, but
He had first place secured.
absolutely.
Why not? It's
That's
a
right.
why not?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for playing along at home and listening to us this morning. We are going to be going on to our afternoon lifting.
Which is the 83s?
83 men at 2:15.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a medal ceremony.
A reminder to all lifters, you must
Have a little-
for the medal ceremony, which will be happening
And
in
then
10 minutes.
Chris will be back with you at 2:15.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. It's been an amazing session. And I'll see you all again this afternoon.